morning and welcome to Enemies Velodrome for day 2 of the Enemies Track Series, incorporating sprints and individual pursuits today. Reminder for our juniors, if you haven't rolled out and got your IP bike in the jig, make your way to the scoreboard end of the infield. You must be rolled out and confirm that your bike complies before you ride. We'll be racing in about 5 minutes' time. We'll talk to you then. Testing Enemies Track, day 2, IP, scratch racing, sprint racing. On camera, Jack Emilias. On switching, Mandy Franks, Felicity Lang. Judd Larkins doing a warm-up. Bo Morfitt down there. Welcome to day 2 of the Enemies Track Series, incorporating sprints and IP events. We'll be starting off with our under 13, under 9s, under 11s and under 13 flying 200s, and heading into sprint qualifyings for our under 19s and elites. We'll be kicking off racing in just a few minutes' time. Stand by for a great day of action. As Charlotte gets the bell, she'll start the clock as she goes past that white line under the scoreboard, and she starts the clock now. So Charlotte Urry will have the time to beat. So down the back straight as we head towards the 100 metre mark, Charlotte Urry, that was around about 13 seconds to there, so we'll be looking at around about 26 for Charlotte as she comes into the front straight, looking very casual as she comes up across the line, stops the clock in a 26.863. Next out on track from the Clarence Valley BMX Club, Roan Stevens. He had a good hit out yesterday in the 500 metre time trial. Let's see what he's got in store for us this morning. So Charlotte, our only under 9 girl, Roan, our only under 9 boy. And they just have a quick chat as they go around turn 3 and 4. So Roan now gets out of the saddles. He comes down the front straight. He gets the bell. So Roan's time starts now. He's across the line. So down the back straight for Roan Stevens. He's moving along quite well. He's the 100 metre mark at about 10.5. Round turn 3 and 4. Roan Stevens comes into the front straight. He'll stop the clock as he crosses the line in a 22.717. Next out on track, the first of our under 11s at Whitfield, Henderson Cunnington. He's gotten nice and high, right up there on the fence as he heads around turn 3 and 4. Gets the bell this time round, up on the fence. Stays up nice and high. Drops down from turn 1 into the sprinters lane, down the back straight. So Whitfield, he'll set the time for our under 11s to beat. Down the back straight, first 100. He does that in about 8 seconds. So we'll be looking around 16 for Whitfield as he comes out of turn 4 into the front straight. This isn't a bad time for Whitfield, 17.225. So Whitfield in the hot seat at the moment. Next out on track from Balmoral will be Austin Tompkinson. Nice to see him up nice and high on the boards. Looks confident. He gets the bell, he gets out of the saddle. It's a long way to go on that 5.5 metre rollout. Across the line, he starts the clock. Heading down the back straight. Timer hasn't come on the big screen. He crossed the 100 metre mark. Austin coming around turn 3 and 4. Into the home straight. And across the line, we'll try and get a time for you on Austin. Next out on track from Bundaberg, and wearing that super fast aero helmet, Milan Klein. So Milan nice and high, right up on the fence as he comes around turn 4. He'll get the bell as he comes across the line. Imaginary bell this time around, so Milan Klein starts the clock. Down the back straight, so time to beat so far is Whitfield, 17.225. We'll try and get an updated time on Austin. As Milan Klein comes down the front straight, he stops the clock. He'll go fastest with a 16.856. Next out for our under 11s, all the way from the Gold Coast, Rowan Foxy Fox. Time to beat now is from Milan Klein, a 16.856. So Rowan Fox gets the bell, comes up, stays nice and high. Into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. 200 metres to go for Rowan Fox. The young Gold Coast rider down the back straight, looking to beat that time of 16.856. He goes about 8.5 for the first 100. Now he comes down the front straight. Rowan Fox, 16.856, the time to beat. Crosses the line with a 17.437. Our final under 11 boy out on the track, also from the Gold Coast, Sonny Morfitt. So still looking to beat the time of Milan Klein, a 16.856. Gets the bell, stays up nice and high. High into turn one, drops down, starts the clock straight in the sprinters lane. Good start from Sonny Morfitt. Down the back straight he goes. Across the 100 metre line, that was about a 7.7, so he's on a great time. This might be in the 15s for Sonny Morfitt. Comes down the front straight, stops the clock. 16.415 to go, fastest for our under 11 boys. Out on track next, our sole under 11 girl, also from the Gold Coast Cycling Club. Geez, they've got a good program down there at the moment. This will be Emily Dixon. So Emily gets the bell. She's on the pursuit line at the moment. Drops down in the sprinters lane, starts the clock. So Emily, our only under 11 female. Down the back straight, first 100 in about 9.5. In she comes to the front straight. Emily Dixon now out of the saddle to the line, stops the clock in a 19.341. Next out on track, this young man had a good hit out yesterday all the way from Mackay, where we'll have a state champs for road later on in the year. Oakland Marwood, he'll be setting the time for our under 13 boys. As he comes across the line, drops in, starts the clock. Oakland Marwood down the back straight, looking comfortable. 100 metre mark. Stops it at about an 8 second. Coming into the front straight now, he'll want to increase the tempo here just a little bit. Comes across the line with a 16.090. Next out on track, also in the under 13 boys, from the Hamilton Wheelers Cycling Club, Edson Arthur. So time to beat, 16.090. That's what Ed will be looking to beat, set by Oakland Marwood. So Ed gets the bell, drops into the sprinters lane, stays in the saddle, starts the clock as he heads down the back straight. So first 100, does that in about an 8.5. Into the front straight now. He'll have to push now to beat Oakland Marwood. He gets out of the saddle now. He goes 16.868. Next out on track, from the University of Queensland Cycling Club, Judd Larkins. So he's still looking to beat the time of Oakland Marwood, which was a 16.090. Looks very relaxed, Larkins, as he heads down the back straight. So Larkins comes around turn 4. He'll get the bell this time around. Very casual as he heads around the fence. He's got a plan. Up in the turn 1. Now he gets out of the saddle. Drops into the sprinters lane. Starts the clock. Larkins down the back straight. He's flying this morning. First 100 stops the clock at about a 7, maybe a 6.8. Larkins into the front straight. Heads towards the line. Looking good. He'll take the win with a 13.662. So Larkins will take the win in the under 13 boys. Next out on track, we have our under 13 girls from the Bundaberg Cycling Club, Imogen Kemps. So Imogen will get the bell this time around. Starts the sprint way out from turn 4. Hits the sprinters lane, starts the clock now. It's a long way around Anamir's Velodrome on that 5.5 metre rollout. As Imogen Kemps, the first 100 metres in about a 7.8. Comes around turn 3 and 4. Into the front straight, Imogen Kemps. This will be the time for them all to beat. A 15.564. Next one out all the way from the Cairns Cycling Club, Charlie Roo. Could hear the shouts of support for Charlie from the infield and from the crowd. So Charlie Roo, she'll get the bell as she comes around this time. Stays up nice and high. Drops in from turn 1 into the sprinters lane. Starts the clock. Charlie Roo. Down the back straight, time to beat, 15.564, set by Imogen Kemps. First 100 metres, that looked like it was about 8.2. Out of turn 4, into the front straight, Charlie Roo comes across the line to stop the clock in a 17.216. Our final under 13 out on track. The super fast pocket rocket from Balmoral, Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington. Time to beat set by Imogen Kemps of 15.564. So Evie Rose comes down the front straight. She gets the bell nice and high on the fence, gets out of the saddle early, drops in. Into the sprinters lane, starts the clock at the same time. Down the back straight, Evie Rose looking sharp this morning. Down the back straight. That looks like it was about a 6.7 for the first 100 metres. This will be a good time. Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington coming across the line with a 14.329 to take the win for the under 13 girls. And we are straight into it this morning. We are into our under-19 women's sprint qualifying. They get a few more laps than the under-13s, or at least an extra one, just to wind things up. So 2 laps to go. Out on track now will be Lucy Johnston from the Hobart Wheelers. So the fastest 3 will go to the semi-final. 4th and 5th will go to a ride-off. So Lucy Johnston, this will be the time for all of our under-19 women to aim for. Starts the clock across the line. Start-finish line now starts the clock into the sprinters lane. Down the back straight, Lucy Johnston really battling against her bike down the back straight. That looked like it was about a 7 flat for the first 100. Down to the front straight she comes and stops the clock with a 13.272. Next out on track from the University of Queensland will be Indy Plant. As Indy rolls around the top of the track, time to beat, set by Lucy Johnston, 13.272. There's the bell. Indy starts the wind up out of turn 4, heads into the sprinters lane, starts the clock, 13.272. The time she'll be looking to beat down the back straight. 100-metre mark at about a 6.5. So she's going to have to hustle now, Indy Plant, into the front straight. Stop the clock in a 13.393. So our 3 fastest will go straight to the semi-final. 4th and 5th will go to a ride-off. Don't forget to go and see Pedali up on the concourse out by the entry to Animere's Velodrome. Got lots of gear up there. I can see some jerseys, bibs, all sorts of things. Please go up and check out that stand. Lots on offer. So next out on track from the Balmoral Cycling Club, April Paddy. Time to beat remains with Lucy Johnston from the Hobart Wheelers, a 13.272. April Paddy out of the saddle nice and early, coming out of turn 3. Across the start-finish line, into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. 13.272, the time we're looking for from April Paddy. First 100 metres, she does that at about a 5.8. This could be a good time for April Paddy. Is this the new fastest as she comes across the line? It will be in a 12.074. So April Paddy setting the fastest time for now, 12.074. Next out on track from the Gold Coast, and she'll be looking to better this time. Maddie Smith. So Maddie nice and calm as she comes along the front straight. She'll get the bell next time around. Starts to wind it up. Coming out of turn 2 down the back straight. Now we're starting to look serious for Maddie Smith. Around 3, now gets out of the saddle on the exit of turn 3. Down the front straight, there's the bell. Across the start-finish line, into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Maddie Smith from the Gold Coast, down the back straight. First 100 looked like that was about a 5.8. This could be a great time. Can she go sub 12? Maddie Smith into the home straight. A 12.508 to go second fastest. Our final under-19 rider out on track from the University of Queensland and chasing the time of 12.074, Milan Bradshaw. Milan been doing a lot of training with Bryson Fletcher, specialising in some sprint training on the track. He's got an amazing young group of riders. Let's see what Milan can bring out today. 12.074, that's the time everyone's aiming for. So Milan Bradshaw out of the saddle, into 4, out of 4, onto the front straight. drops into the sprinters lane, beautiful, across the line. Starts the clock down the back straight. First 100 metres, that looks pretty sharp. That looked like about a 5.4. Coming along the front straight, this will be the time to beat. She goes sub 12 with an 11.921. So Milan Bradshaw, our fastest qualifier, going sub 12 with an 11.921. And moving straight into our under 19 men's sprint qualifying now. From the Balmoral Cycling Club, the first one out to set the time will be Kata Smalley. As Kata starts to wind it up, he'll get the bell next time around. So Kata around the top. This will be the time, the benchmark. Into the front straight, Kata Smalley. Also wearing those Nixon jersey from the Bryson Fletcher camp. Kata down the back straight, first 100, he drops that in about a 5.2. Can he go sub 11 straight away? Kata Smalley across the line, he does, he goes 10.7. I think Kata will be happy with that one. So 10.7, the time to beat. And there's a very fast young man out on track who will be more than happy to try and beat that, Will Emalaus. We've seen him come up through the juniors, dominating the sprints. First year under 19, what can he do now? He'll be aiming for Kata Smalley's time of a 10.710. So Emalaus starting to wind up as he comes out of turn 2. He'll get the bell as he comes into the front straight this time. So out of the saddle already for Emalaus, out of turn 3, into the front straight, across the start-finish line. Beautiful entry into the sprinters lane, starts the clock at the same time. Down the back straight, first 100 looks sharp. That was about 5 seconds. Can he go sub 10? Can he go low 10s? Emalaus, slows down a little in that second 100, 11.079. So Smalley still with the time to beat. As with the girls, the fastest 3 will go to the semi, 4 and 5 will go for a ride-off. Next out on track, from one of the most beautiful cities in the world, the Launceston City Cycling Club at Max Woodruff. So Max had a good hit out in the 500 yesterday. What's he got in store for us for his sprint qualifying this morning? Gets out of the saddle at the exit of turn 3. Comes into the front straight. Woodruff drops into the sprinters lane. Starts the clock. Down the back straight. Trying to beat Smalley. 10.710. That looked like about a 5.1 for his first 100. Into the 10s. Max Woodruff on the front straight. A 10.964. So it remains Smalley with the time to beat. Next out on track, from the Balmoral Cycling Club, Chris Mullins. Mullins rock steady as he heads around the top of the track. We saw yesterday for the time trial how quick he can do that first lap. What's he got in store for us this morning for his flying two? He'll get the bell. He's out in the saddle nice and early, halfway through turn 3. Mullins monstering his bike down the front straight. Sprinters lane, starts the clock, into the back straight. Mullins, the time to beat, 10.7 across the 100-metre mark. That was about a 5.6, so he's got a lot of work to do in this second 100. Mullins comes across the line with an 11.549. So Cater Smalley stays in the box seat. Last man out on track for our under-19s, Seb Topping from the Balmoral Cycling Club. Seb, a very fast young man, came across, as with a lot of riders. Will Emilias came across from BMX as well. Seb Topping coming to track as an under-17. What's he got in store for us this morning? 10.710 from Cater Smalley. He was flying this morning. Here we go, Topping. Later start to his sprint across the line, but he's over the top of the handlebars. Starts the clock, down the break, back straight. Topping does the first 100 in about a 5.2. He might go low 10s as he crosses the line. A 10.743. So Cater Smalley got the fastest time. I don't know what Bryson Fletcher's feeding those young sprinters for breakfast, but Cater Smalley and Milan Bradshaw from the Bryson Fletcher training squad, they've set the fastest times for our under-19. Next up, our elite women sprint qualifying, and first out from the University of Queensland, Julie Barnett. So Julie will get the belt this time around. So Jules starts her sprint, coming out of turn 4. Across the start-finish line, drops in the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Julie Barnett, this will be the time to beat for all of the elite women. Barnett around turn 3, out of turn 4. Into the front straight, Barnett stops the clock, 12.447. Next out on track, from the Coffs Harbour Cycling Club, Laura Lee Moss. We saw her take the win in the 500 last night. So next time round, Moss will get the bell. Starts to wind it up around turn 3 and 4. Now gets out of the saddle as she comes out of turn 3 into turn 4. Laura Lee Moss from Coffs Harbour Cycling Club. Into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Into the back straight, time to beat so far from Barnett, 12.447. First 100 was at about a 6.2, so a bit of work to do in this final 100. Laura Lee Moss across the line in a 12.492. Just 0.05 of a second between Moss and Barnett. Next out on track from the University of Queensland, Sandra Stoy. Stoy rock solid as she heads around 1 and 2. She'll get the bell this time around. Up nice and high, right along the fence to get every advantage from that height. Out of turn 3. Out of the saddle now as she enters turn 4. Down the front straight. Stoy still nice and high. Enters the sprinter's lane. Starts the clock. Into the back straight for Stoy. First 100 looking sharp. That looks like it was about a 6, so she's got a bit of work to do here. Trying to beat a 12.447. She does with a 12.148. So Sandra with our fastest time. So all of our elite women will go through to round 1. Next out on track, Morales Willis-Hell from the Norwood Cycling Club. Time to beat 12.148 set by Sandra Stoy. Now starts her wind up as she heads into turn 4. Down the front straight for Willis-Hell. Into the sprinter's lane, starts the clock. Down the back straight, time to beat 12.148. First 100 was about a 6.2, so a bit of work now to do for Willis-Hell as she crosses the line with a 12.175, goes second fastest. Next out from the Rockhampton Cycling Club, Vic Smith. Vic, lucky enough over the summer, she came down and did a few sessions with the QAS team. Heading off to Oshie's in a couple of weeks' time as well. So Vic gets out of the saddle, just starting to wind up as she heads along the fence. That time to beat 12.148 set by Stoy. Now out of the saddle for Victoria Smith. Stays up nice and high, gets the bell. Start finish line, sprinter's lane, starts the clock. Wants to go sub 12 into the 11s if she can. Victoria Smith, first 100 was in about a 5.9. Comes down the front straight, can she get into the 11s? Not quite, but she goes fastest with a 12.122. Just 0.02 of a second separating our 3 fastest so far. Next out on track, Ella Liang. We saw her at the Junior Worlds last year. So 12.122, that'll be the time for Liang to beat. Starts to wind up as she heads down the back straight, Ella Liang. 12.122. Can she be the first to go sub 12 for our elite women? Out of the saddle in the front straight. Goes across the start finish line, drops in and starts the clock into the sprinter's lane at the same time. This is looking sharp from Liang. First 100 metres, that was about a 5.7. trying to continue that form down the front straight. Goes sub 12 with an 11.698. So Ella Liang with a new time to beat in the first one to go sub 12. So next out on track, trying to beat the time of Ella Liang from Launceston City Cycling Club, Lauren Perry. You see Lauren up here quite a bit at Anime's Velodrome. Great rider. What has she got in store for us? 11.6, the new time to beat. So Lauren Perry out of the saddle at almost halfway through turn 3. Big wind up from Perry. Start finish line, drops in, starts the clock. Down the back straight, 11.6 our time to beat for Lauren Perry. Goes about a 5.6 in the first 100 metres. Down the front straight now. 11.6 the time to beat. She does with an 11.568. Next out on track, and we've got some big hitters to come. Moran, Stevens, Watts, McGill, Blinko and McCaig. But out on track now from the Central District Cycling Club, Chloe Moran, looking to beat a time of 11.568. Lots of photos being taken today. Don't forget to check out Jellybean Photography on Instagram. And Matt Gilfetter, another finalist for the Amateur Photography Awards this year. As Moran starts her wind up, gets the bell. No out of saddle acceleration from Moran, stays nice and aero, starts the clock, down the back straight. Looks pretty fast, Moran. First 100, that looks like it was 5.4, 5.5. Into the front straight now. What's Moran got? She goes fastest with 11.410. So the times continue to tumble down now. We're in the low 11s. Will we get anyone in the 10s this morning? Emma Stevens in the QAS kit. She might have something to do with that. Don't forget to go and check out the Padali stand on the concourse by the entry of Anime's Velodrome. Lots of gear over there. So Stevens comes through, 2 laps to go. So our times will determine their match-up starting order. Fastest will come up against the slowest. Stevens now starts the wind up, gets the bell, crosses the start-finish line, starts the clock, into the back straight. Emma Stevens trying to beat a time of 11.410. Fast for the first 100, that was low 5s. Into the front straight, Emma Stevens, 11.421, just outside the time of Chloe Moran. Next out on track, also in the QAS kit and super fast, Sophie Watts. So Watts comes across the line, she'll get the bell next time around. Gets the bell, Sophie Watts out of the saddle down the front straight, into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Looks sharp, Sophie Watts, as she heads down the back straight. That's a good time. That was a 4.8 or a 5.1, somewhere around there. Into the front straight, trying to beat that time. 11.141. As we edge ever closer to that sub 11 mark, Sophie Watts sets the fastest time. Next out on track, Molly McGill. Can we see someone go sub 11? So as McGill winds it up around turn 1 and 2. Out of the saddle all the way through 1 and 2, down the back straight, seated. Comes around 3 and 4, gets out of the saddle again. Now we're in the business end. Gets the bell. McGill trying to beat 11.1. Starts the clock. Down the back straight for McGill. Nice and low. Looked like that was 4.9 for the first 100. Down the front straight, Molly McGill. She goes sub 11 with a 10.904. Next out on track, with a new time to beat of 10.904, Danica Blinko. So Blinko trying to beat the time just set by Molly McGill, 10.904. So Blinko begins her wind up down the back straight. Out of the saddle nice and early, stays up nice and close to the fence. Gets the bell. Drops into the sprinters lane, starts the clock, 10.904. Time to beat for Blinko, down the back straight. Looks sharp, first 100, maybe a 5.1. Down the front straight, trying to beat a 10.9. She goes a 10.983. To go second fastest. Our final rider for our elite women, Alessia McCaig from the Bendigo and District Cycling Club. Bendigo, Castlemaine and Shepparton holding Christmas carnivals down in Victoria every year between Christmas and New Year. Great couple of days racing down there. Under 9s all the way up to elites. As McCaig starts her wind up. Our final elite rider, 10.9, the time to beat. McCaig winds it up. Out of the saddle early in turn 3. Still out of the saddle out of turn 4. Still out of the saddle down the front straight. Gets in the saddle, drops in the sprinters lane. Starts the clock, down the back straight. 10.9 the time to beat. Goes quick, that was a 5.2 for the first 100. Can she go low 10s into the front straight? She goes a 10.862 to go qualify fastest. Next out on track, and it looks like a John Eder, a no-show this morning. So from the University of Queensland, Josh Nixon. He'll set the time to beat for our elite men. So Nixon begins his wind-up. Out of the saddle nice and early through turn 3, through turn 4. Front straight. Drops in and starts the clock. Good entry from Nixon. Down the back straight. This is the time for all the elite men to chase. Around turn 3 and 4. What's Nixon got? Comes across, stops the clock with an 11.262. Next out, and UQ teammate Caleb Blitchfeld, president of the UQ Cycling Club. So Caleb will start his wind-up. Made a strange bet with Judd Larkins that if Judd won a race over the Christmas carnivals, he'd get him a jersey with a wedge-tail eagle on the back. I don't know if he's seen Judd race before, but that was an easy jersey for Judd to win. As Blitchfeld comes around, winds up, out of 3, out of 4. Blitchfeld chasing the time of Nixon, 11.262. Starts the clock, Blitchfeld. Down the back straight. Pushing along, about a 5.2 for the first 100. Can he go into the 10s? Down the front straight, Blitchfeld. Second fastest time with an 11.683. Next out on track, from the Mersey Valley Davenport Cycling Club, Ronan Munro. As Ronan begins his final wind-up lap. Yep, goes the cry. So Ronan winds it up, chasing 11.262. Gets the bell, across the start-finish line. Starts the clock. Ronan Munro down the back straight. He's pushing along that. Goes about a 5.2 for the first 100. Comes into the front straight. Ronan Munro goes at 10.963. So fastest so far. Next out on track. We've seen this young man come through the junior ranks as well, Mitch Louis. What can he do here this morning? New time to beat, 10.963. I think the elites would want to see that time come tumbling down into the low 10s. Maybe we might see some 9s as Louis really starts to wind it up along the back straight. Louis now out of the saddle, out of turn 4, into the front straight, still out of the saddle, drops into the sprinters lane and starts the clock. Good entry from Louis, down the back straight. That was about a 4.8 for his first 100. Can he go sub 10 straight away? He goes low 10s with a 10.498. Next out on track, trying to beat that 10.498 from the Blackburn Cycling Club, Sam Gallagher. He was showing off his Queensland tan last night. So Gallagher chasing that time of Mitch Louis, a 10.498. Big wind up from Gallagher, nice and close to the fence. He was basically on the fence. Into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Gallagher looking sharp down the back straight. First 100, sub 5, that was a 4.8. Into the front straight, good time, a 10.210 in our new time to beat. As our times get closer and closer to that sub 10 mark. Out on track now from the Dubbo Cycling Club, Dan Barber. So Barber winds it up all the way through 1 and 2, still out of the saddle. This is a big wind up from Barber. Into 3, out of 3, out of the saddle again. Into the front straight, he's cranking it down the front straight. Starts the clock, Dan Barber. Down the back straight now, time to beat. 10.2, that was a 4.7. This will go quick. Dan Barber down the front straight. Our first sub 10 with a 9.721. Incredibly quick, 74.1 kilometres an hour. Next out, the local boy. Started out on the Chandler Outdoor Velodrome, Ryan Elliott. So good time from Dan Barber, a 9.721. Ryan Elliott chasing that one. Out of the saddle. All out of the saddle down the back straight. Now into 3. Into 4. Gets out of the saddle again now, Ryan Elliott. Down the front straight. Pushing. Into the sprinters lane. Starts the clock. 9.721, the time to beat. Looking sharp down the back straight. That was a 4.8 for the first 100. Into the front straight now. Stops the clock with a 9.944. So our final elite rider out there, and what a rider to come out from the Whyalla Cycling Club, Lee Hoffman. So Hoffman, our final rider, out for our elite men. Straight after this qualifying, we'll do some presentations for our under 9, 11 and 13s flying 200. So Hoffman winds it up as he comes out of turn 2. He'll get the bell this time around. Hoffman looking sharp, wearing the sassy kit, up along the fence, into the front straight. Monsters over the front of those bars. Into the sprint lane, starts the clock. Hoffman down the back straight, trying to beat a 9.7. That looked like it was late 4s for the first 100. Across the line for Hoffman. Goes second fastest with a 9.776. Nothing in it, 0.05 of a second. But Dan Barber will be our fastest qualifier. Just 0.05 of a second between Barber and Lee Hoffman. So we'll head to our presentations, our under 9s, 11s and 13s. If you can head to the presentation area. Dave Moore's down there, he's going to hold up the banner. It's good to see Dave back. So coming up after our presentations, we'll go to our under 15 individual pursuit qualifying. What a morning already here at Animere's Velodrome. We've only been racing for an hour and a lot's happened. All right, we'll kick off our presentations with our under 9 girls for the Flying 200. So our under 9 girls from the Balmoral Cycling Club taking home the gold, Charlotte Urry. Congratulations, Charlotte, our new under 9 state champion for the Flying 200. For our under 9 boys, taking home the gold from the Clarence Valley BMX Club, Roan Stevens. Congratulations, Roan, our gold medal winner. We will see the under 9s, 11s and 13s back out later on for their IPs. Moving on to our under 11 boys. Louise Jones down there hurting the under 11s. In third place, taking home the bronze from the Balmoral Cycling Club, Whitfield, Henderson, Cunnington. Taking home the silver from the Bundaberg Cycling Club, Milan Klein. And we're seeing a lot of this young man, our winner, our new state champion from the Gold Coast, Sonny Morfitt. Congratulations, Sonny, our new under 11 boys state champion for the Flying 200. On to our under 11 girls. And the Gold Coast well represented here at Animere's Velodrome this weekend. On the top step, our new state champion for the Flying 2 under 11 girls, Emily Dixon. Moving on to our under 13 boys. In third place from the Hamilton Wheeler Cycling Club, Edson Arthur. In second place from the Mackay Cycling Club, Oakland Marwood. And in first place, our new state champion for the under 13 boys from the University of Queensland, Judd Larkins. Caleb Bleachfeld, a very enthusiastic president. Judd Larkins, our new state champion for the under 13 flying too. On to our girls. In third place from the AusCycling Club, Charlie Rue. In second place from the Bundaberg Cycling Club, Imogen Kemps. And in first place, our new state champion for the under 13 girls flying 200, the rocket from Balmoral, Evie Rose Henderson Cunnington. Yay, Evie! Our new state champion, Evie Rose Henderson Cunnington. Congratulations to all our 9s, 11s and 13s. We'll see you back later on this morning for your IPs. Congratulations. Well done to all our new state champions in the under 9, under 11 and under 13 flying 200. Next up, we'll begin our qualifying for our individual pursuits, starting off with our under 15 women. Could we get a gate starter on the back straight to help out the commissaires? If there's someone there can do the gates on the back straight. So beginning with our under 15 qualifying. So first and second fastest will go to the gold final, third and fourth will go to the bronze final. And up first to set the times on the front straight from the Hamilton Wheeler Cycling Club, Georgia Dowling. Yeah, Georgia. On the back straight from the Gold Coast Cycling Club will be Hannah DiGiorgio. Scott Dowling looks like he's got the calling duties for G this morning. And we're off with our under 15 IP qualifying. Hannah and Georgia. We're setting the times to beat. (2,000 metres or 8 laps of Anna Meares Velodrome. So DiGiorgio just in front for the first lap. It's a long way on the IP. So DiGiorgio still in her sprint bars, hasn't gone to the IP bars she has now. So it's still DiGiorgio in front after the first 500. Hard to measure your effort on the IP. Now don't forget our under 15s have just been given the option to go up to 7 metre rollout as well. So there might be some experimentation going on. But it's still DiGiorgio in front after the first 3 laps as we come up to the halfway mark. Has DiGiorgio saved some legs for the final kilometre? It's getting closer. Dowling now within 0.5 of a second of DiGiorgio. So very, very close between these two. Dowling very much coming back at DiGiorgio now. So Dowling, has she saved something in the legs? And Dowling in fact goes fastest now with 3 laps to go. So Georgia might have timed this to perfection. As she goes clear by about a second of Hannah DiGiorgio. As Dowling comes around, 2 laps to go. Extends the lead to about 1.3 seconds now. Georgia Dowling really starting to push down that back straight. Now DiGiorgio, looks like she's coming back. She knows there's not much time left in it. 1 lap to go, 250 metres. Dowling still clearly in front. She's got about 2 seconds over DiGiorgio. Dowling now really starting to push through as she heads down the back straight. Half a lap to go. DiGiorgio back in the sprint bars. Dowling comes around, she'll take the win and she'll set the fastest time so far. Dowling with a time of 2:54.479. DeGiorgio with a 2:56.155. So good work there from Dowling. She paced herself. Next out on track, trying to beat that time of 2:54 from the Gold Coast Cycling Club, both of them. On the front straight will be Bo Morfitt. On the back straight, Winter Bradshaw. Remember, top two fastest times go through to the gold final. Third and fourth go through to the bronze. As we get out of the gates, a little bit shaky there from Morfitt, but she recovers well. Bradshaw away well on the back straight. They're chasing the time of Georgia Dowling at 2:54.749. It's Bradshaw with the advantage so far. She goes fastest. So 8 laps of Animere's Velodrome. First lap's done as Winter Bradshaw in the front at the moment. Slight lead just of 0.3 seconds over Bo Morfitt. So still nothing between them, in fact 0.001 of a second over their first 3 laps, sorry. So Morfitt now looks like she's moved to the lead for the fastest time. We know Morfitt's come from a time trial, a triathlon background, so this will suit her to a T. As we've gone past the halfway mark now, and Morfitt with the lead just over a second. Three laps to go. It's still Morfitt in front by about 1.2. Morfitt looking strong. Bradshaw's got a lot of work to do in this last 2.5 laps. They are first and second fastest as they stand at the moment, so they're both in front of Dowling. But they've got some big competition coming up after 1,500 metres. Morfitt is up by nearly 2 seconds. Maddie Douglas-Savage, the biggest supporter out in the middle. She's awesome. They get the bell. Morfitt now. 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go for Bradshaw. 3 seconds, the advantage to Morfitt. So Morfitt wants the power home. She's still got 2 ladies coming out afterwards, so wants to set a good time. Bradshaw with half a lap to go. Morfitt comes into the front straight. She stops the clock with a 2:51.931. And Bradshaw goes third fastest with a 2:55.629. So Beau Morfitt with the new fastest time. Georgia Dowling in second, Bradshaw in third. Next up though, on the front straight from the Bundaberg Cycling Club, Matilda Kemps. On the back straight from the Gold Coast, Adele Dixon. So Morfitt and Dowling guaranteed to be in the finals later on. What final that'll be will be determined now. Kemp's just pulling her pedal as she takes off. Adele Dixon off to a good start. So Kemp's now, she'll just need to keep it under control, not get too panicked by the pulled pedal. She can come back from there. So first lap done and Dixon in front. Goes second fastest, so Beau Morfitt setting a good time so far. It'll all be about the stamina over the 8 laps. So 2 laps down, and Kemp's back on the front now, third fastest, Dixon in fourth fastest. So we head around now. So Kemp's still on the front. Third fastest so far. So behind the time of Morfitt and Dowling. So they come up to the halfway mark. So Kemp's now into the front straight, halfway done. Second fastest time behind Morfitt. Dixon, fourth fastest. So Kemp's out of the saddle down the back straight, maybe getting a little bit uncomfortable. 3 laps to go as they come through. So Kemp's looks across the track, still second fastest. Dixon still fourth fastest. So this is to determine if they get into the gold medal ride-off or the bronze medal ride-off. As they come up to 2 laps to go, 500 metres. Dixon looks like she's tiring. Kemp's still in second. Dixon across the line. She's gone fifth now, so she's dropped out of the final. She needs a lot of work to do in this last lap and a half. Kemp's out of the saddle again down the back straight. She'll come into the front straight now, get 1 lap to go. So Kemp's second fastest. That's good enough to get in the gold final. Dixon's a lot of work to do on this last lap. Half a lap now to go for Kemp's. Half a lap for Dixon. Really needs to push if she's going to get to that final. Matilda Kemp's comes through. She goes second fastest with a 2:52. Oh, Adele Dixon just on the last lap gets into the bronze final with a 2:54. So it looks like the gold final there will be between Kemps and Morfitt, and the bronze final between Dowling and Dixon. Next up, we'll have our under 15 boys. There are only 4 of the under 15 boys, so they'll all go through to the final. This will determine who goes to gold and who goes to bronze. First up, it'll be clubmates from Balmoral. Paddy Richardson and Felix Henderson. On the front straight, with the yellow shoes, that'll be Paddy Richardson in the long sleeve Balmoral kit. On the back straight in the short sleeve Balmoral kit, Felix Henderson. Out of the gates well for both riders. I think we might have a difference in gear rollout here. It looks like Henderson might be on the larger rollout. Took a lot of effort to get out of the gate. Paddy Richardson going for cadence. Henderson goes fastest so far. So 2 laps down, it'll be Henderson with about 2 seconds or a second and a half over Richardson. Henderson looks like he's really found his rhythm. Heading into the complete 3 laps. So these will be the times to determine. So nearly out to 3 seconds, the lead of Henderson over Richardson. The time set here in these two heats will determine who goes to gold and who goes to bronze. So at the halfway mark, it's Henderson quite comfortably over Richardson. Has Henderson got something saved for the last 3 laps of Animere's Velodrome? He's motoring along well at the moment, extends his lead. It's about 5 seconds now. You can almost see Paddy Richardson in the same straight. So Henderson will come onto the back straight with 2 to go. You can definitely see Paddy Richardson just in front of him now. Paddy with 2 to go. This will be a carrot for Felix Henderson to chase now. We can see Paddy Richardson just ahead of him. 1 lap to go now for Henderson. He'll get the bell as they come into 3 and 4 in the same turn together. Richardson, he gets the bell. Henderson right on his tail now. He'll catch him right towards the end of his 2,000 metres. He does, he gets crosses the line. Henderson stops it in a 2:44.476. Paddy Richardson stops the clock in a 2:54.658. So Henderson with the benchmark up to try and beat now Beat that time now from Ipswich will be Ethan Lee. From Balmoral, Seb Urry. Frank Chen, he'll be the timer on the front straight for Ethan Lee. So time to beat, set by Felix Henderson, 2:44.476. Out of the gate well for both riders. As they head round after their first lap, they'll be chasing Felix Henderson. Ethan Lee goes fastest so far. Seb Urry third fastest. So 2 laps down now. Ethan Lee's flying. He's almost seeing Seb Urry already. Definitely going the faster of the two, and he's set the fastest time so far. He's in the same straight as Seb Urry so far, Ethan Lee. So Urry down the front straight. 3 laps down now for Ethan Lee. Still fastest, a 1 minute flat. Similar timing to what he was doing in his 500 last night, as Lee catches Urry after his third lap. This will be halfway now for Ethan Lee. The 1,000 metre marker, 1:19. Fastest and looking very, very comfortable out there, Ethan Lee. Seb Urry now, he goes for his halfway mark. 4th fastest. So Lee now with 3 laps to go. Gets the up and responds, increases his cadence. Two laps to go now for Lee, 3 laps to go for Urry. Frank Chen not happy with the time, he wants him to go faster. So Lee with a lap and a half to go. Seb will come around with 2 laps to go now. There's the bell for Ethan Lee. Still the fastest time, he's a 2:17. So he'll definitely be going through to the gold final as the fastest rider. Sebi with a lap and a half to go. It's our final for Ethan Lee. He stops the clock in a 2:36. Great time. So Ethan Lee will go to the final with Felix Henderson. Seb Urry with half a lap to go. He'll go through the bronze final with Paddy Richardson. Sebi comes across the line. He stops the clock in a 3:05.768. So a gold final there will be between Ethan Lee and Felix Henderson. Next up, we'll have our Elite Women Sprint Round 1. Winners will go to the quarter-final. The remainder will go to the repechage. So first up, it'll be Alessia McCaig up against Laurelie Moss and Julie Barnett. Three-lap sprint matchup. So McCaig will lead this one out. So Barnett goes up high towards the fence. She's going to try and get some advantage running down the track. So a three-lap sprint matchup. McCaig in control at the front, keeping a good eye on Moss and Barnett. McCaig being stalked by the two women behind. This is our elite women's sprint. They come round, they'll get the bell this time around. As Barnett tries to get something from the top of the track. They all roll down. McCaig in control. Moss sticks behind her wheel, now gets out of the saddle. McCaig accelerates, seated as they come around 3 and 4. Moss trying to come around the outside. McCaig still too strong. Trying to conserve at the same time, so McCaig will go through. So McCaig through to the quarter-final. Moss and Barnett will head to the repechage. But up next, Molly McGill, Marilla Willis-Howell. So McGill leads them out. So winner straight through to the quarter-final. Cagey affair between McGill and Willis-Howell. Very sedate between these two riders with 2 laps to go. McGill just controlling the tempo. As they start to wind up with a lap and a half to go. McGill looking pretty comfortable on the front, but not underestimating Willis Hell. McGill now looks around, now starts a sprint with 200 to go. Opens up down the back straight. Maintains the gap. So McGill, same as McKay, trying not to expend too much energy as McGill heads through to the quarterfinal. Willis Hell will go through to the repechage. Next up, it'll be Danica Blinko in the QAS kit up against Sandra Stoy from UQ. So Blinko will lead this one out. Sandra Stoy glued to her back wheel as they sedately head into the back straight. So first lap, you've got to maintain at least walking pace. Can't track stand in the first half of the first lap. So Blinko keeping a good eye on Sandra Stoy. We know how fast Sandra can be. Oh, Stoy gets the advantage over Blinko. Gets in underneath. Now, Stoy gets the control from the front. She's now got to hold off Blinko down the back straight. Blinko around the outside, a bit of work to do. Stoy holds her up, stays in the sprinters lane. Blinko comes through on the front. She'll take the win. Good move there from Stoy. Made Blinko work for that one. Next up, from Rockhampton Cycling Club, Vic Smith. She'll be up against Sophie Watts. So Vic wearing the blue, Sophie Watts in the QAS kit. So Victoria Smith, she will lead this one out. Vic spending some time in the QAS camp over summer. So Vic keeping it low and slow at the moment as they head up the back straight. Can't track stand in that first half a lap. Vic just making Watts guess what she's going to do. So Sophie Watts now, she's had enough. She wants to head up to the top of the track. Vic staying down the bottom. As they head around, they'll get 2 laps to go this time around. Vic still just keeping an eye on Watts. Watts over the top. Smith responds. I think Vic looks like she's pretty happy with that. Now she's jumped onto the wheel of Sophie Watts. Good tactical matchup here. Watts decided she didn't want to go slow. Vic straight onto her back wheel. As we head around, they'll get the bell. Watts opens it up. Smith accelerates straight onto her wheel as they head around 1 and 2. Vic Smith going to have to come the long way around, down the back straight, on the outside. She couldn't get past. Tucks in again around 3 and 4, into the front straight. Sophie Watts just with too much. So big change of pace there between the two ladies. Next up in the QAS kit will be Ella Liang. Doing some reverse parking on the start line. She'll be up against Chloe Moran. So this is 5v8. In their qualifying, Liang will lead this one out. So through the quarters so far, we've got Watts, Blinko, McGill and McKay. Will Moran or Liang join them? Very cagey between Liang and Moran down the back straight. I'd say barely just that walking speed. Liang trying to force Moran through. Moran not having a bar of it. So change of tactic here from Liang now. She increases the tempo. So now Moran comes up on the shoulder of Liang as they go side by side around turn 1 and 2. Moran out of the saddle. Liang remains seated. Side by side, Liang with the upper hand here. She's holding Moran high. Liang really controlling this. This is good work from Liang as they head around still high. Now Liang out of the saddle. Moran goes, uses the height, but Liang's got the sprinter's lane. Moran still held up high. Liang coming through. Moran just with enough. Good work there from Liang. She controlled that whole race. Just didn't have enough in the end. So Moran through to the quarters. Liang will go to the repechage. Our final lineup, Emma Stevens and Lauren Perry. So Emma Stevens will lead this one out. So Stevens leads out Perry. Our final sprint matchup for the sprint round one for our elite women. Coming up next will be our under 17 women IP qualifying. So change of pace now. Stevens happy to keep the tempo a little bit higher in this matchup. So gap of about 5 metres between them. Perry looks like she's pretty comfortable where she's at. As the tempo increases even more now with a lap and a half to go. Perry now starts to get onto the back of Stevens. Stevens starts to wind it up out of the saddle. Into the front straight, both ladies out of the saddle. 1 lap to go. The sprint's on. Stevens up high, Perry up high as they both drop in down on the back straight. Perry with all the work to do. Around the outside, Lauren Perry coming around the outside of Emma Stevens. Stevens might hold on. Stevens holds on, she takes it. So Stevens, Moran, Watts, Blinko, McGill and McCaig, they'll all go through to the quarter final. The rest will go through to the repechage. So first out for our under 17 women's qualifying for the IP be Maddie Douglas-Savage. So Douglas-Savage is away for our under 17 women IP qualifying. Our 2 fastest times will go through to the gold. 3rd and 4th will go through to the bronze final. 5 riders, so only 1 will miss out. Maddie Douglas-Savage, she comes through. This is the time that everyone's going to have to chase. And she doesn't mind upsetting the establishment, Maddie Douglas-Savage. It's taken a few people by surprise over the last year or 2. So Douglas-Savage with 2 laps down, 42.635. So coming through, 3 laps down now for Douglas-Savage. This is the benchmark that the other riders are going to beat. Coming up next will be Sienna Golding and Elise Vaughan. And then Ava Robbins. Good to see Ava back at Anna Mears. She'll be here with Hannah Walters. So halfway down now, a 1:22 for Maddie Douglas-Savage. What she got in the tank, she's been vocally cheering all the other riders from the infield. 3 laps to go now for Douglas-Savage. Aiming to get into the finals. So 2 laps, 500 metres now for Maddie Douglas-Savage. So Douglas-Savage, she'll come round, she'll get the bell this time around. This is the time to beat. Douglas-Savage, our first under-17 woman out on track for the IP qualifying. So Maddie Douglas-Savage, this will be the time for everyone to beat. She comes across the line with a 2:45.625. So Douglas-Savage setting that time, 2:45.625 up next. From the Balmoral Cycling Club, Elise Vaughan. She'll be on the back straight, I think, on the front straight. From Ipswich Cycling Club, and a very, very fast young lady, Sienna Golding. So Golding out of the gate, Elise Vaughan out of the gate. They'll be chasing the time of Maddie Douglas-Savage. Elise Vaughan faster on the first half a lap, still out of the saddle. A little bit of a slip there for Vaughan, but she recovers well. Nothing in it, 0.01 of a second between them. Golding now starting to set into her rhythm. So after 500 metres, Sienna Golding in front and with the fastest time so far. Elise Vaughan, third fastest time. So Golding looking very, very comfortable as she heads around. 3 laps done now for Golding. Still the fastest time, sub 1 minute for the first 3 laps. Can almost see Vaughan in the same straight. So in the same straight now, Sienna Golding chasing down after 1,000 metres, a 1:18. This is going to be a great time by Sienna Golding. So Golding comes down, 3 laps to go now. Can see Vaughan, gets the call, faster, faster. Vaughan now with 3 laps to go. Still third fastest, so Maddie Douglas-Savage, the little sprinter, she's done all right. She's set a time that might get her through to the final. I think she's collapsed on the far side of the infield. Golding now ranges up on the back of Vaughan. Vaughan gets 2 laps to go. Sienna Golding coming around the outside of Vaughan. She'll get the bell. So Golding gets the bell as she goes past Vaughan on the front straight. Fastest time so far. Vaughan still struggling to just get on top of that time of Douglas-Savage. A lap to go now for Vaughan. As Sienna Golding comes through, she'll take the win. Fastest time so far with a 2:34.743. Trying to beat a 2:45 at least Vaughan, but that time slipped by. She goes third fastest with a 2:47.039. Two riders remaining, and the time to beat set by Sienna Golding, 2:34.734. On the back straight from Hamilton Wheelers, be Hannah Walters. On the front straight, wearing the QAS kit, Ava Robbins, as she gets ready for a season of road over in Europe. Robbins out of the gate well. We haven't seen much of Ava over the summer, doing a lot of training for a road season ahead, but she's absolutely flying on this first lap. That's what we'd expect from Robbins as she comes through. Fastest time so far over the first 250. Robbins absolutely flying. Coming up very rapidly on Hannah Walters. She goes 5th fastest over the first lap and a half. 2 laps down for Robbins. Fastest time over the 500. Walters 5th fastest over the 500. Robbins on a bender as she comes into the front straight. 3 laps down, sub 1 minute at 56. So 3 seconds in front of Golding at that point. 3 laps down now for Walters. As Ava Robbins ranges up on the back of Walters along the front straight. Halfway done now for Robbins. 1:14, still fastest. So she'll be looking to go in the 2:20s. Round they come. 3 laps to go now for Ava Robbins down the front straight. Right onto the wheel of Hannah Walters now. Walters has moved herself up into 3rd though, so she's maintained her tempo. 3 laps to go for Walters. 2 laps to go now for Robbins on the front straight. Walters just behind Robbins. One and a half laps to go for Ava Robbins now. Walters, 2 laps to go. There's the bell for Robbins. 1.5 to go for Walters. So Robbins absolutely flying, 2:09 with 1 lap to go. Walters gets the bell. This is to see who goes through the gold final, who goes through the bronze. Ava Robbins, she'll definitely be going through the gold final, a 2:28.891. So it'll be Robbins and Golding in the gold final. Walters comes up to third with a 2:39.87. So it'll be Golding and Robbins in the gold final. And in the bronze final, Hannah Walters, I don't know how excited she'll be about this, but Maddie Douglas-Savage gets to ride another IP. She's through the bronze final. Next up, our elite women sprint repechage. So the winner will go through to the quarterfinal. The rest will go to a ride-off. So this one will be Victoria Smith, Lauren Perry and Morella Willis-Hell. So Smith will lead them out, followed by Perry and Willis-Hell. So Victoria Smith in control of this one. Lauren Perry with her head on a swivel, looking for Smith, and from behind Willis-Hell. Willis-Hell in a prime viewing position to see what's going on ahead of her. Perry just accelerates a little bit, saw Vic Smith getting a little bit too far ahead for comfort. 2 laps to go. About 5 metres between all of them. Willis-Hell starts to wind up. Perry winds up. Smith winds up. Lap and a half to go. Smith going to go long range. They're on now. Smith looks around. It's time to go. They're all on. Perry goes. Smith out of the saddle now. She starts to accelerate. Perry goes around the outside. Perry around the outside of Smith down the back straight. Lauren Perry trying to lock in her quarterfinal appearance. Lauren Perry looks around. She eases off. Doesn't want to use too much juice. Vic Smith in second. Willis-Hell in third. After this next one, we'll have our under-17 men IP qualifying. So up in this one we have Stoy, Liang, Barnett and Moss. Laurelie Moss to head this one out, followed by Barnett, Liang and Stoy. This get through to the quarterfinal. Winner will go through, the other three will go to a ride-off. So Moss leading them all out with 2 laps to go. All eyes look like they're on Ella Liang at the minute as Stoy finds a gap. Liang decides she doesn't want to be any part of this as she accelerates with a lap and a half to go. Liang gaps the rest of them. Comes around, she collects the bell. Stoy now giving chase. Stoy trying to range up on the back of Liang. She's making ground, Sandra Stoy. Down the back straight, Liang out of the saddle. Stoy coming around the outside. This is to get through to the quarterfinal. Liang's going to have to go. Stoy gets her on the line. Liang not happy with that one. So Sandra Stoy pipping Liang on the line. Next up, our under-17 men's IP qualifying. First and second fastest through to the gold final. Third and fourth through to the bronze. And Harry Dowling with it all, setting the benchmark at the start. Tough draw. No data to go by, so he'll just have to go flat out. We saw him a couple of weeks ago at the Twilight Series at Nunda though. He can go off the front and hold on. He'll look to set a good time for everyone else to chase down. Dowling out of the gates well. This will be the time, the benchmark for everyone to match. So big mental game for Dowling, no one else to mark himself against. Randy comes 2 laps down now. 40.813. Looks like he's on pace for where he wants to be. So Dowling comes round. 1,000 metres down, 1,000 to go. A 1:15.439. So Harry wanting to get around that. Into the 120s, I'd assume. Three laps to go now, 1:33. Out next after Dowling will be Bradshaw and Urry. So 2 laps to go now. There's the call, come on, come on. Leave nothing out there now. It's to the final or nothing for these qualifying sessions. He'll get the bell this time round. Dowling gets the bell, 2:08. So really pushing now, Dowling into 3 and 4. Stop the clock with a 2:26.9, a good time to kick off with. Tough gig for Harry Dowling to go first out. There was no benchmark to set. Let's see what the rest of these under-17 men have got up their sleeve. On the back straight, it'll be Ollie Urry. On the front straight, Harley Bradshaw. So the boys are off, Bradshaw and Urry. Time to beat from Harry Dowling, it's a cracker, 2:26.9. Urry out fast, Bradshaw out fast, go first and second fastest so far. After the first lap, Urry off to a flyer, they still maintain first and second. Harry Dowling kept it pretty even the whole way through. Hopefully these boys will left something in the tank for the remainder of the laps. But Urry after 500 metres goes fastest. Urry looking quite good out there so far. Bradshaw third fastest at the minute. Urry goes through, still fastest, 7:50, 57 seconds, a 1 minute flat for Bradshaw. Urry looking super comfortable out on the bike. He comes up halfway down, he's got 4 laps to go. Goes to second, so he's just dropped behind Dowling now. The IP's a game. If you go too fast at the start, it hurts you later on. But Urry still in second spot at the minute. Gets the wind up. In second, so he's behind Dowling. Bradshaw in third. He's got 3 laps to go. 2.5 now to go for Ari. 2.5 for Bradshaw. Ari getting the wind up now, needs to move it. With 500 to go, he's still in second place behind Dowling. Bradshaw in third. The time by Dowling was very good, so it's not a surprise that the times are a bit off. So last lap for Ari now, he's going to have to motor a 2:13. Bradshaw comes through, he gets the bell. Half a lap to go for Ari. Half a lap to go for Bradshaw. So Ari stops the clock with a 2:32.062. Bradshaw with a 2:37.969. Next out on track, on the back straight from the Fraser Coast, Bryn McDonald. He's fast on the road and track. On the front straight, Henry Velasquez. So Dowling still the time to beat, 2:26.9. Out of the gates well from both riders. Velasquez, a regular at Jets here on a Monday night for our junior riders. Bryn McDonald spending a lot of time going up and down the Bruce Highway. Did well at the Pro Velo Series recently, and he's off to a flyer, goes fastest so far. We know Dowling controlled his tempo the whole way through. So Bryn McDonald off to a flyer, can almost see Velasquez in the same straight already. So after 500 metres, Bryn McDonald goes fastest. Come on. Can he maintain this tempo for the whole time? He can see Velasquez now, so that'll be a carrot for him to chase. After 3 laps, Bryn McDonald now almost up on the back of Velasquez. McDonald still in the lead with a 56 for the first 750. Velasquez comes through with a 104 for his first 3. So Bryn McDonald, this has been a great incentive. Ranges up on Velasquez, good time to get around him. Down the back straight, he goes around him. 3 and 4, gets pushed a little high as they come through. Velasquez now, he'll come through for his halfway mark. He's in 5th. McDonald remains in first place so far. Velasquez has found some incentive behind Bryn McDonald. 3 laps to go now for Bryn, as the gap remains the same since Bryn coming over the top of Henry. So McDonald drops to second. Two laps to go now, so in second for Bryn McDonald. So that time of Harry Dowling, steady at the start and maintained all the way through. Bryn came out like a shot. He's got a lot of work to do in this last lap now. So he'll have to do it in about 16 seconds if he's going to beat Dowling. He's going to have to absolutely motor Bryn McDonald. Velasquez now with the bell. McDonald gets out of the saddle. He's still second. I don't think he'll beat the time of Dowling. He won't. That'll go past 2:28.412. Second fastest, Henry Velasquez comes through with a 2:38.8. So McDonald just dropping off in those last 3 laps. A second and a half behind Dowling. Next up on the back straight from Balmoral will be Max Edwards. On the front straight from Tas Junior Cycling Foundation, Fletcher Mason. Out of the gates well for Mason. Edwards doing well off the back straight. So I've seen a few riders come out fast and furious, but have succumbed to Harry Dowling over the last couple of laps. Mason, though, looks like he's absolutely flying. Goes. As we go round, Mason still on the front after 750 metres, Edwards in 5th. Mason can almost see Edwards in the same straight. As we come round to halfway to go, Mason with 1,000 metres to go, he stays in the front at a 1:14. Very close to the time of Dowling at around the same time. So Mason now, 3 laps to go. Drops back to second. Same thing that's happened so far. Edwards in 5th. So that pace of Dowling's been good so far. Mason dropped back to 3rd now. So he came out like a shot. So 3rd with 200 metres to go for Fletcher Mason. Edwards in 5th with 2 laps to go. Lap and a half to go for Mason. You can see how much he's dropped off. He was almost in the same straight as Edwards. Here's the bell for Fletcher Mason. 1 lap to go. 2:26 remains the time to beat. Edwards gets the bell. Half a lap to go for Max. Into the front straight comes Fletcher Mason. He'll stop the clock. 2:29.773 into third. Max Edwards into fifth with a 2:36.441. So that even tempo of Dowling catching everyone out over those last couple of laps. Next up, Cruz Kemps. No Jacob Cork by the look of this one, so Kemps will be by himself. Tells me he just got his time trial bars last night. And this is the first time he's ridden on the track with them. As Cruz Kemps makes his way out for his 2,000 metre IP. The time of Dowling, 2:26, has been unbeatable so far. Let's see what Cruz can do, the young man from Bundy. He goes faster, so they all get this rush of adrenaline to start. So Kemps, after 500, still on the front, 38.3. As Kemps comes around, this will be 3 laps, 750 metres. Still fastest with a 55.512. Will we see that same drop-off after the halfway mark? Halfway down, so still in the front. About a second in front of where Dowling was at this stage. So Kemps will come around, he'll have 3 laps to go. So Kemps still on the front with a 1:32. 3 laps to go of Anamir, 750 metres. He looks like the pace has come out of the legs though a little bit as he heads down the back straight. He's dropped to third. Within half a lap, he's gone from first to third. So he's going to have to motor now, Cruz Kemps. Goes to fourth. So he's really hurt himself over those first 5 laps. With 2 laps to go now, he's dropped to fourth. As he comes around, he'll get the bell this time. There's the bell for Kemps, into fourth still. Kemps, you can see the pace has come right out as he heads down the back straight. Still in fourth, can he hold on as he comes into the front straight? Stops the clock at a 2:30.886. Next out, Riley Dixon and Flynn Larkins. So Riley Dixon from the Gold Coast, he'll be on the front straight. Larkins from UQ on the back straight. Good start from both riders as they get out of the gates, as they make their way round. Chasing that time of Harry Dowling. Not much between the two. Fairly even start as they both settle into their bars. So come around, Dixon just in front of Larkins by 0.1. Fairly steady start for the first 250. They want to do the same as Harry Dowling, maintain some rage for later on. Still nothing between them. 0.1 of a second. As they both push. After their first 3 laps, as they start to get a little bit faster. So Dixon in 4th, Larkins in 5th. 3 laps down, 5 to go. Both looking good. Dixon starting to eke out a little bit of an edge over Larkins. Dixon now into 2nd. Larkins stays in 5th. Larkins on about the same time Dowling was at the same time. Dixon a little bit ahead. Dixon goes to 1. Larkins into 4th as they really start to motor now. 5 laps down, so Dixon in 1st, Larkins in 3rd. As they really start to push. They'll get 2 laps to go this time round. Larkins into 2nd, Dixon into 1st. Dixon still in 1st with 2 laps to go. Larkins in 2nd with 2 laps to go. Dixon really starting to push. He wants to maintain, he's still in 1st. Larkins still in 2nd with a lap and a half to go. Dixon down the front straight, he gets the bell. He's got 1 to go, he's still in 1st. 1 to go for Larkins, he's still in 2nd. They're gonna have to fly now. Dixon down the back straight, half a lap to go. Half a lap to go for Larkins. They stay in 1st and 2nd. This is good time from Dixon and Larkins. Dixon goes fastest, Larkins 2nd fastest, so they both bump Harry Dowling. Dixon with a 2:23.37. Larkins with a 2:26.049. So finally, the spell of Harry Dowling's been broken. Dixon, we know how fast he is. He's gone fastest so far with a 2:23.37. What a time for our first year under 17. Larkins into 2nd. Next out on track from Bundy, Hunter Davis. On the front straight, on the back straight from Hamilton Wheelers, Elliot King. And King, new benchmark set by Riley Dixon, a 2:23. Fastest two will go to the gold final. Third and fourth fastest will go through to the bronze. So after the first lap, Hunter Davis in fourth, Elliot King in eighth. So in seventh and eighth at the moment after 2 laps, 500 metres. We've seen Dixon and Larkins both went 6 and 7 for the first 2 laps, but they maintained the rage. Can Davis and King do the same? King slightly in front of Davis at the moment as they go 7th and 9th fastest. As we come up on the halfway mark, 8th and 9th so far, King just with a slight advantage over Davis. Halfway now, 1,000 metres, and there's nothing between them. It's 0.04 of a second as they go 8 and 9. King just with a slight lead. As King looks across the track, nothing over there, look forward as Davis goes into the lead. And someone's popped the tube that scared the hell out of everybody. 3 laps to go. So Davis now just in front of King, 7th fastest, so a lot of work to do. So Davis now 2 laps to go at the 1,500 metre mark. He's 7th. King with 500 go. He's in 9th. A lot of work to catch up to Dixon. 1.5 to go for King. As Davis comes around, he'll get the bell. 1 lap to go. Davis gets the bell. 2:11. King with 1 lap to go. A 2:13. So Hunter Davis pushing. Half a lap to go. King, half a lap to go. 6 for Davis, so he's picked up. King's gone into 9th. So Hunter Davis, he comes through. Stops the clock at a 2:30, 6:04. Elliot King with a 2:32, 9:08. Next out on track from Hamilton Wheelers, Aidan Parslow. And from the Hobart Wheelers, Sid Natira. Aidan wearing the ARA kit. So still the time to beat, 2:23. So top 3 remains Dixon, Larkins and Dowling. Here we go, both Sid Natira and Aidan Parslow out of the gates well. So we chase down 2,000 metres of this under-17 men's IP. Sid Natira going third, Aiden sixth. So both settle into a rhythm. Looking good so far. So as they come up to 2 laps down, Sid Natira goes fastest, Aiden Parslow fourth. So Sid has come out firing in that second lap. Still fastest, Parslow fourth. So Sid Natira gets a bit of wobbly out of 1 and 2. Still fastest after 3 laps, Parslow fifth after 3. So Sid Natira, he's going to have to hold on to this for another 4.5 laps. He is fastest so far. So Natira, halfway now, goes fastest with a 1:10. Parslow, 6th fastest with a 1:14. Natira absolutely flying around Anime's Velodrome. 3 laps to go now for Natira. Still maintains that lead. He can see Parslow in the front straight now. 3 laps to go for Parslow. Natira comes up, 2 laps to go. Looks like he's on good pace. Still in front with a 1:45 with 2 laps to go. Will he catch up to Parslow? He may do. Parslow now with 2 laps to go. So Natira, you can see the pain as he goes around 1 and 2. He's got 1 lap to go, 1.5 to go for Parslow. Still in the front, Sid Natira with a 2:02. This will be a cracking time from Sid Natira. Parslow gets the bell. He's got 1 to go. Natira having to go the long way around. Parslow catches him at a bad time as they head down the straight. Natira will go fastest with a 2:20. Aiden comes across and stops the clock with a 2:29.985. So Natira from Hobart sets a new fastest time at 2:20. With only 2 riders to go, it's Cam Franks and Oliver Jordan. So Natira, Dixon, Larkins and Dowling, our top 4 at the minute. Can Cam Franks or Ollie Jordan make their way into the gold or bronze final? Out of the gates well for both Jordan and Franks. So time to beat 2:20. To get into the bronze final, they need to beat a 2:26.9. So here we go. After the first 250, they're 8th and 9th. We know these guys can maintain their tempo for a long time. So Jordan, after 2 laps, he goes 4th with a 38. Cam Franks in 12th with a 40. So Jordan with a bit between the teeth here. Cam Franks with a bit of work to do. So after 3 laps, Ollie Jordan, he goes second fastest now in front of Dixon, but behind Natira. Frank stays in 12th. Got a good tempo though. As we come up, Jordan will come into the front straight with 4 laps to go. So 4 laps to go now for Jordan, stays in second. Franks has slipped back down to 13th. Doesn't look his zippy self today, Cam Franks. Jordan stays in second. Has Cam got something for the last 3 laps? 3 to go now for Jordan. Stays in second. 3 to go for Franks in 12th. So he's picked up the pace a little bit now. Jordan with 2.5 to go. Stays in second. 2.5 to go for Franks. In 12th still. 2 now to go for Jordan. He can see Franks. Stays in second. So Jordan coming up now. Franks, I think, is out of it. Jordan, can he get through to the gold final? He's looking to beat the time of Riley Dixon. Jordan comes through. 1 lap to go now. He comes through in 3rd. So he's dropped behind Riley Dixon now. Cam Franks gets the bell. He's got 1 lap to go. Jordan absolutely muscling down that back straight. He comes into the front straight. So Jordan comes across the line. He stops the clock in 3rd with a 2:25.4. Cam stops the clock in a 2:33.685. So if I'm right, I think that gold medal ride-off will be between Dixon and Natira, and the bronze will be down to Jordan and Larkins. So that's going to be a great final. Dixon and Natira very close together. Jordan and Larkins, nothing between those either. So that'll be a great couple of finals coming up for our under 17 men. Coming up next, our under 19 women sprint quarter final. All right, up first, Lucy Johnston. She'll be up against Indy Plant for our first under 19 quarter final. Oh, Lucy Johnson just coming unstuck as they head into turn 1. Pace was a bit slow and just over the top of Indy Plant. She looks fine. She'll roll around. They'll kick off again. So our riders just reset. Don't forget to pop into the Padali pop-up shop on the concourse by the entry on the back straight. Looks like there's some good gear over there at the moment. Go and check it out. Looks like they've got lots of skin suits, jerseys, lots of fluoro gear that I can see from here. So we'll start this one again. All right, we kick off again. Lucy Johnston heads to the front. She doesn't want to fall over again. So high tempo on this one. Lucy Johnston on the front. Indy Plant up high. So they'll come round. They'll get the bell this time round. Johnston on the front. Indy slips in underneath. What a move by Plant. Gets it. Catches Johnston napping a little bit as they head around 3 and 4. Johnston with all the work to do. Indy Plant, she's going to have to maintain the speed as they head into 3 and 4. Indy Plant holding her up as they come into the main straight though. Lucy Johnston goes over the top. Johnston takes the win. Great move there from Indy Plant. Just missed out at the end. So Johnston will go through to the semi. Next up, our under-19 men's sprint qualifying. This will be Will Emilias up against Chris Mullins. Winner will go through to the quarter, through to the semi, sorry. So Emilias leading this one out, Mullins stalking from the back. So they come round with 2 laps to go. Emilias keeping a good eye on Mullins over his left shoulder. Mullins gets a little closer now with a lap and a half to go, with a reputation for being very, very fast. Mullins now drops in underneath, catches Will asleep a little bit as he comes into the front straight. Mullins up high, gets some more speed into the sprinters lane. 200 to go. Now Will Emilias coming around the outside. This will be a sprint to the end. Mullins holding on. He's got Emilias on his hip into the front straight. Emilias sits up, he's got it. Will Emilias came from behind. So good ride there from Will. Had a lot of work to do, but he got it. Next up, our elite men quarterfinal. Dan Barber taking on Caleb Blitchfeld. So Dan Barber, who set the fastest time, he'll be tough to beat. But the power of the purple, the UQ, Caleb Blitchfeld, he's going to give it a go. Off they go, Dan Barber leading out, Caleb Blitchfeld. So as the boys head up the back straight, it's Caleb on the front. Takes the pace right out of it as they head into turn 3 and 4. So Blitchfeld from Colorado originally has a nickname of Canada. He'll lead out Dan Barber. Dan with a very fast time. He slides in underneath Blitchfeld, pushes him up the track. As they come around with 1.5 to go, Blitchfeld's decided he's going to go early. Round they come, Barber got him on his hip. Got this one under control, Daniel Barber. Blitchfeld with a lot of work to do. Jumps into the slipstream. Can he get back around? Barber cruises down the back straight. Blitchfeld, has he got anything left in the legs? Dan Barber's got this one run and won. So Dan Barber taking that one out over Blitchfeld. Blitchfeld will head to the ride-offs. Barber will head to the semis. Next up, Hoffman and Nixon. Good to see Billy in the crowd tonight as well. Billy's, if you haven't been on a Tuesday, a phenomenal training session here at Animere's Velodrome from 7 till 9. As long as some good training, he'll tell you a few good stories too. So Nixon, he'll lead out Hoffman. So Nixon keeps it slow down the back straight. Seems to be the tactic of the weekend so far. As they roll into the front straight, they'll get 2 laps to go. Nixon will have a lot of work to do. So Nixon with a lot of work over Hoffman. We know how good Hoffman is on an international level. Nixon, what an opportunity. What can he show now? Nixon with a less than 1.5 laps to go. He looks left, he looks right. Nixon into the front straight. Hoffman goes high. He jumps onto the back of Nixon as they head down the back straight here at Animere's Velodrome. Nixon absolutely burying himself. Hoffman coming from behind. Nixon trying to push through. Down the front straight though, Hoffman, he'll take the win. All right, next up, Ryan Elliott versus Ronan Munro. Elliott in the Australia kit, Munro in the grey. Heard a whisper that Ryan Elliott was coached by Louise Jones earlier on in his career. Out here at the outdoor at Chandler. Ryan's dad, a great coach, Julian Elliott. As they come around, so Ronan Munro going to try and push Ryan Elliott to the edge. And our sprint quarter-final, winner will go through to the semi. Second place will go through to the ride-off. So they come around, high pace on this one. They get the bell. Elliott in control at the minute. Into 1 and 2. Now Munro ranges up on the back of Elliott. Elliott has to get out of the saddle as they head down the back straight. Munro pushing him all the way as they come out of 3 and 4 though. Ryan Elliott will take the win. So good ride there from Ronan Munro. He pushed Elliott all the way. Couldn't quite do it. Next up, Sam Gallagher and Mitch Louis. All right, as we head off, very slow off the start, Mitch Louis and Sam Gallagher. I think I saw a post that Sam Gallagher might be joining Bryson Fletcher at the Heed coaching. I'll have to double check that with Bryson. But as I head down the back straight, young Mitchell Louis taking on Sam Gallagher. Mitch's dad, Keith, a mad keen gravel rider, loves his Audax rides. He'll probably be out there somewhere today. As Mitch got this one under control over Sam at the moment with 2 laps to go. Quite a bit of pace with 2 laps to go between these two, Sam and Mitchell, as they head into turn 3 and 4. Round they come, Mitch drops in. Sam Gallagher trying to get back on terms. Gallagher ranges up on the back of Louis, into the back straight. Side by side down the back straight. Louis trying to hold off Gallagher. Gallagher's come out like a rocket into the front straight. Gallagher takes off the gas. He'll roll across the line. He'll go through to the semis. So next up, our elite women sprint quarterfinal. First up, Alessia McCaig up against Sandra Stoy. So McCaig, she'll lead out Sandra Stoy as they start their quarterfinal for the elite women here at our Queensland State Championships at Annamere's Velodrome. Round they come with 2 laps to go. McCaig keeping the tempo high. As they get their sprint lap, their bell lap, McCaig leading out Stoy. Can Stoy do what she did to Ella Liang earlier? She gets out of the saddle. McCaig just that little bit faster as they head into 3 and 4. Alessia McCaig will hold on to this one. Sandra Stoy still comes at her, but McCaig eases over the line. She'll head to the semis. As we head into our elite women quarterfinal, round number 2, Molly McGill up against Lauren Perry. As we roll around, Perry on the front, McGill coming up high. So McGill starts her sprint off with 1.5 to go. Round they come. So Lauren Perry underneath McGill. Now they're starting the battle. Less than a lap to go, half a lap to go now. Perry trying to hold off McGill. McGill goes around the outside. Lauren Perry trying to come back on the inside. Perry sits up. Molly McGill heads through to the final. So just got a flat tyre. for rider number 4. So it looks like we'll go to the next heat. So Danica Blinko just with a flats. So we'll just go through to the next heat. Danica and Emma will come out after this one. So we'll go to Sophie Watts and Chloe Moran. Watts in the QAS kit, Moran in the Australia kit. As Sophie Watts leads this one out. Winner through to the semi. All right, so it's Chloe Moran on the front now with 2 laps to go. Sophie Watts just ranging up on the back of Moran. So head around with 1.5 laps to go. Out of the saddle. Watts really trying to push, but Chloe Moran just easing away. Down the back straight though. Here comes Sophie Watts coming around the outside of Moran. This is going to be close as they come into the front straight. Can Watts come over the top? I think Watts just got there. Very much just got there. Confirmation, Sophie Watts. Next up, we'll head back to our third matchup. Looks like Blinko has fixed her blown tyre. So Blinko and Stevens, the QAS girls, head around. It'll be number 4, Danica Blinko, leading them out. So it's still Blinko on the front. All the riders very cagey in these sprint matchups this morning. So Blinko stays on the front. Emma Stevens throws a dummy, tries to get Blinko to respond. Lap and a half to go. Stevens forces Blinko into the sprinters lane while she gets some height from the boards. Now Blinko, she's got Stevens behind her. She's got it all to do though. Stevens drops into the sprinters lane, catches Blinko unawares. Now Blinko with all the work to do around 3 and 4. Stevens got the edge. Blinko coming around the outside as they go to the line. Blinko comes back. Tremendous speed from Danica Blinko. Next off, our ride-off for 9th and 10th. So coming up to the line, leading this one out, Ella Liang should be up against the Rockhampton Rocket, Victoria Smith. So very, very, very slow on this first quarter of a lap. As Liang adjusts the tempo just a little bit as they head down the back straight, and Smith gets back onto that rubber of Liang's rear wheel. They head through with 2 laps to go. These girls have had plenty of matchups together. Ella Liang went to Junior Worlds last year. What's Vic Smith got in her pocket to challenge? So they come around with 1 lap to go, and the speed's not much faster than they did on the first quarter of a lap. Now they started to race, so Liang out of the saddle, Smith out of the saddle. This is going to be the shortest sprint ever. Liang down the back straight, Smith trying to get on terms. Around they go, round the outside, Smith's got a lot of work to do. Liang will hold strong, Liang will take the wing. That was a very slow build-up to a 200-metre sprint. So this will be Moss up against Willis Hell. Can't see Julie Barnett out there So Willis Hell will lead this one out over Laurelie Moss. So Willis Hell keeps the tempo fairly high during this first lap. 2 laps to go as she gets out of the saddle. Moss responds. Moss looks like she might want to go from a lap and a half out. She slips underneath. Willis Hell still out of the saddle as they go into 3 and 4. They'll get the bell this time around. Moss now starts her sprint from turn 4. Willis Hell with it all to do. She ranges up on the back of Laurelie Moss. Into the back straight, Morella, Willis Hell around the outside. Moss out of the saddle, tries to hold her up high. Willis Hell around the outside. They're side by side into turn 4. Willis Hell will hold on. So we're off in our Masters Men's 7 IP qualifying. Out by himself at the moment is Rob McGrath from Bundaberg. No Graham Ward here today. This is 2,000 metres. Top 2 will go to the gold final. Third and fourth will go to the bronze. So Rob McGrath, he'll be setting the time to beat for all the riders coming after. As we complete 500 metres, he comes through with a 44.647. Three laps done now for Rob McGrath, 103. A few riders coming up. Another 4 riders to go, so only one will miss out on going to the final. So McGrath, he's been through, he's already halfway there. He'll come around with 3 laps to go. 1:44, 750 metres to go of Animeers Velodrome for Rob McGrath from Bundaberg. Down to our final 2 laps for Rob McGrath. This will be the time that everyone's looking to beat in our men's Masters 7. Good to see Jay Dorraboom back on the infield. Local legend and interstate legend. As Rob McGrath comes through with 1 lap to go. So 2:28 so far for his 1750 metres. Don't forget to check out the Badali shop up on the concourse, up by the entry to Animeers Velodrome. As Rob McGrath comes through, he'll stop the clock and the time to beat 2:51.172. So good ride there from Rob McGrath. The Bundy Cycling Club doing a fundraiser for Hannah Parton. Check out their Facebook page, doing a 12-hour challenge at the Bundy Velodrome. We're going to try and kick something off at Nerang on the same day. I think it's $200 for an entry for a team of at least 2, with just continuous riding for at least one of you in the team over 12 hours. Help raise funds for the Parton family. Please check out their the Bundy Facebook page. Up now, Shane Hedren and Gary Morgan. So Shane Hendren from UQ on the front straight, Gary Morgan from the Sunny Coast on the back straight. Going to be chasing the time of 2:51, set by McGrath. So 1 lap down, Shane Hendren, he's gone fastest so far. So he's looking to set the fastest time. Morgan gets into second. Shane Hendren, though, he looks like he's flying this morning here at Animeers. He remains the fastest rider. Gary Morgan into second. So 3 laps down now for Shane Hendren. Still in first. Gary Morgan looks like he's evened out the gap, so they're going toe-to-toe at the moment. Both riders halfway through now, but it's still Shane Hendren. He's got about 2 seconds over Gary Morgan. And they're both in front of the time of McGrath from earlier. So Hendren now, 3 laps to go. Maintains first. Morgan into second. The gap's not that big anymore. Or remains fairly close. It's around about that 2 second mark. As Hendren comes through, 2 laps to go now. 2 laps to go for Morgan. About 2.5 seconds between them. They're first and second fastest at the moment. 2 more riders to go. First and second will go through the gold final. Hendren will come through. He'll get the bell this time around. There it is. Morgan will go through. He'll get the bell. There he is. 1 lap to go now for both Hendren and Morgan. Sitting first and second fast at the moment. Hendren looking pretty comfortable. Morgan, he's got a bit of pace on him this last lap. Hendren coming out of turn 4 into the front straight. This will be the new time to beat, a 2:36.119. And a 2:39.102 for Gary Morgan. Next out on track from UQ will be Glenn Searle, and from Ipswich Cycling Club, Tony Simonelli. So new time to beat from Shane Hendren, 2:36.119. Good start out of the gates for Glenn Searle. Tony Simonelli, a little bit hesitant on that back straight, but he's recovered well. Glenn Searle off to a flyer. I think he thinks he's in a team sprint. So Glenn Searle, fastest and second fastest time will go to the gold final. Third and fourth will go to the bronze. No time trial bars for Glenn Searle, all in the sprint bars. It looks like he only knows one way to get out of the gates, and that's fast. So Simonelli, slowest at the minute. Glenn Searle moves into second position. As our riders continue rolling around, they'll come up to the halfway mark. So Glenn Searle into the front straight. Simonelli making a bit more ground on Glenn Searle now. So Searle into fourth. I knew that was a sprinter's start. He's starting to run out of legs, but he's still got a long way to go. As Simonelli has a look across the track, they're fourth and fifth fastest at the moment. So the time to beat remains with Shane Hendren, 2:36.119. As Simonelli not far off Glenn Searle now. So it looks like this is the battle to get into the bronze final. And Glenn Searle, he's in a bit of trouble here. With 2 laps to go, Simonelli has gone from 3 seconds behind to 3 seconds in front within about 2 laps. 1.5 laps to go for Simonelli. 1.5 to go for Searle. Can feel the pain in Glenn Searle's legs. There's the bell for Simonelli. Here's the bell for Glenn Searle. So Simonelli comes around, half a lap to go. He's moved into 4th, so he'll be moving on to the bronze final. Half a lap to go now for Glenn Searle. I think he'll be happy not to do this one again. Simonelli stops the clock with a 2:58.164. So he'll go the bronze ride-off with McGrath. Glenn Searle with a 3:04.446. Shane Hendren and Gary Morgan, they'll head through to the gold final. Next up, our men's Masters 5 2,000 metre IP. First up will be Scott Hutchison from Lifecycle. He'll be up against Bernie Schwartz from UQ. Out of the gates, a bit of a bumpy start for Bernie Schwartz on the back straight. He tried to take the gate with him. Scott Hutchison rolls around. These are our qualifying times for our men's Masters 5. First and second fastest will go to the gold. Third and fourth will go to the bronze. There's 4 riders. Schwartz on that new Strom bike into the back straight. He's in the same straight as Scott Hutchison now. So Bernie on a bender. You often see him racing A-grade at Muzzle or Nunda. Round he goes, Bernie Schwartz. So 7:50 done in a 54 seconds. Scott Hutchison wondering what that stealth bomber was that just went flying by. So Hutchison now, he's done 3 laps. Schwartz halfway there. So Schwartz he's got 3 laps to go. He might catch Hutchison again. He's got 2 more laps to go. Hutchison comes around for 3 to go. So Schwartz coming up, ranging up on Scott Hutchison one more time. Bernie Schwartz will get the bell as he comes up around Scott Hutchison one more time. Around the outside, Bernie Schwartz really wants to get into this gold final. Half a lap to go now for Bernie. 2 laps to go for Scott Hutchison. Bernie Schwartz stops the clock in a 2:20.013. Hutchison gets the bell. One more lap of Enemies Velodrome.
There's long gaps in the sprints. And the sprints could be 2 rounds or 3 rounds, and you don't know how long you got. Even from a nutritional point of view, yeah, you don't know how much.
You go 10 minutes, 5 minutes additional, or you try and sustain.
So it's Hutchison over the top. He stops the clock at 2:55, 6:52. Next out, we'll have the University of Queensland boys on the front straight with Chris Weir on the back straight. He's got a time that he's aiming for, Andrew Matheson. He wants to break 2:09.666, which is the world record. So Matheson on a bender today. He wants to try and beat that world record at 2:09.666. So out of the gates well for both riders. Matheson on a charge. He's looking for a world record here this morning at Enemies Velodrome. So world's fastest time, but didn't submit some paperwork or something, I just heard. It's the second time I've been told off by Louise Jones in 2 days. So Matheson, he's on it though, as he heads around with 5 laps to go with a 53. So good time there from Matheson. 5 laps to go now for Weir. He crosses over and that was about a 58. So halfway down now for Matheson. He's got a lot of work to do with a 1:08. So he needs to do the next 4 laps in a minute flat. Matheson goes around the outside of Weir. Down the back straight, 3 laps to go. A 1:24. He might be able to do this. That was 15 seconds. Matheson, he's got to charge home now. 2 laps to go. He's at 1:40. So he's got 29 seconds to do the next 2 laps. 14.5-second laps. That's a big call for Matheson as he heads down. 1.5 laps to go. 2 laps to go for Chris Weir. Matheson gets the bell. 1:56. 13 seconds to get this last lap. I think it might be a stretch too far. Matheson, half a lap, 2:04. Chris Weir gets the bell. He's got 1 lap to go. Matheson stops the clock with a 2:12.11. Chris Weir, he comes around. He's going to stop the clock as he comes across the line in third with a 2:27.198. So Bernie Schwartz and Andrew Matheson head toward the gold final. Scott Hutchison and Chris Weir, they'll head to the bronze final. Next up, our men's Masters 4, 3,000 metre IP qualifying. Peter Nowell from the UQ He will be the rider to set the benchmark for this 3,000 metre Men's Masters 4.
Good to see a few of the old boys still going.
Yeah, the Masters, they,
Older boys, I should say.
yeah, they took the ball from the tennis.
Been doing it for 40 years.
Yeah. Actually, I was watching it on television. Just texted. Must be watching on YouTube or something.
Get down hanging on the film. Grab that mic there. Stand up and give him flex and
Whoever said that time must be on.
from last year or the year before.
So Peter Nowell, he'll set the benchmark for this 3,000 metre 12 lap individual pursuit for the Men's Masters 4.
Gold, silver afterwards. Gold, silver.
Looks pretty comfortable, the UQ rider. So 3 laps down, 9 to go for Peter now. A 103. So 4 laps down, 8 to go for Peter now. So halfway there now, 1,500 metres done. 2:01, 1,500 metres to go. This is where it really starts to hurt. Peter Nowell, he's got 5 laps to go. Coming around, he's almost done his 2,000 metres. So 8 laps done now, 4 to go for Peter Nowell. So Peter now continues his 3,000 metre IP. This will be the time for all the Men's Masters 4 to aim for. Two laps to go now for Peter Nowell. Here we go, final lap. And this will be the time for everyone to aim for. So this is our first time for our Men's Masters 4 3,000 IP of 3:54.637. Next up on the front straight from Kangaroo Point be Maddie Wynn. On the back straight from Balmoral, Cam Douglas Savage. Now Cam's got a lot to live up to. The two kiddos both took home gold last night.
Adrian's still looking for his back of house sideline. Tell him to once he stops advertising the fact that
They give us a bad name, and I think give him a hard time.
that'd be great. Like, another Arsenal now. Look at that. Got mid-six on him.
So he's going to be a very good accredited, so he's got to look at him, make sure he's okay. The first day, trust me, that you know the track. No matter what you've done, you've been
Maddie Wynn rolls out of the gates on the front straight. Cam Douglas Savage the same on the back. It looked a little bit nervous from Maddie Wynn, but he's up and running. Douglas Savage in the pursuit bars. So after 250 metres, Cam Douglas Savage goes with the fastest time. Can he hold that up for another 11 laps? Wynn in third fastest at the moment. So Douglas Savage on a bender. Maddie Douglas Savage in fine vocal form. She's got the cheer squad sorted today. So 3 laps down for Cam Douglas Savage, 3 laps down for Maddie Wynn. First and third fastest at the minute. So after 1,000 metres, Cam Douglas Savage, 2,000 metres to go, but he's holding the time at the moment. You can just about see Maddie Wynn in the same straight as Wynn comes through. He's done 1,250 metres. So halfway for Cam Douglas Savage, still holds on the first, 1,500 metres to go. 1,500 metres to go now for Maddie Wynn, he's still in third. Douglas Savage can see Maddie Wynn just in front of him now. So fastest and second fastest time goes through the gold final with 2 more riders to go. So Douglas Savage through on the back straight, 1,000 metres to go. He's only about 20 metres behind Maddie Wynn. That'll be incentive for him to keep going. Maddie Wynn comes around. He gets 4 laps to go, 1,000 metres. Douglas Savage onto the back of Wynn as they head into the back straight. Round the outside. Good time to catch him. 3 laps to go for Douglas Savage. Straight back into the sprinters lane as he goes around 3 and 4. So Douglas Savage looking good out there at the moment. Maddie Wynn, he gets 3 laps to go. Douglas Savage 2 laps to go as he heads down the back straight. He's moved into second spot on the timing at the moment though, so the tempo's come out of it a little bit. He's still got a lot of work to do to keep up with Peter Nowell. Second still, third for Matty Wynn. So Douglas Savage with a lot of work to do in this last lap. He gets the bell, he's still second. He's got 18 seconds on this last lap to do. Douglas Savage down the front straight. Can he do it? He's still in second, there's nothing in it for Douglas Savage. He's gonna have to move. Matty Wynn gets the bell. Douglas Savage, he comes home fastest time so far. Good work from Cam. Half a lap to go, 3:54.612 for Douglas Savage. Matty Wynn comes through. He stops the clock with a 4:12.435. So Douglas Savage just besting the time of Peter Nowell by 0.025 of a second. Nothing in that one at all. So Douglas Savage with the fastest time so far. Coming up next, it'll be Nicholas Mercier and Chi Yang Chen. Mercier on the front straight. Chen on the back straight. Mercier and Chen out of the gates well. Mercier maybe a little bit better than Chen. Mercier off to a flyer. No IP bars. As Frank Chen makes his way around. Mercier going fastest. There's a long way to go though. As we start to settle into our pace, 2 laps down, Mercier and Chen. Now Chen looks like he's really settled into his rhythm now. Mercier, that rush of blood at the start of the gates, that's worn out a little bit with 9 laps to go. So as they come around, 4 laps down, 8 to go. As Mercier and Chen very close to each other now. There's only half a second in it. So Chen, very consistent. And in fact, he goes in front of Mercier now. Mercier starting to feel the effects of those fast and furious first 2 laps. So Chen still with a lot of work to do if he wants to get into that gold final as we come up on that halfway mark. So 6 laps down, 6 to go. Chen, 3rd fastest. Mercier down to 4th. And you can see the tempos come right out of Mercier as Frank Chen settles into his rhythm. He's still in 3rd fastest. He will have to up the tempo if he wants to get through that gold final. 17.50 done in third. 17.50 done now for Mercia. He's in fourth. So 2,000 metres done, 1,000 metres to go. Frank Chen still in third. Nicholas Mercia, he comes around. He's got 1,000 metres to go now. He's in fifth, so he's dropped back a little bit more. Now Frank's got the incentive. He can see Mercia just in front of him. That'll give him a little bit of a draft, a little bit of help on the back straight. 3 laps to go for Chen. Catches him at a perfect time coming out of turn 4. Round the outside, down the front straight. Into turn 1 and 2. Chen drops back in. He'll come round. 2 laps to go now. Still in third. He's got a bit of work to do if he wants to get into that gold final. 3:54, 6:12, the time to beat. So Chen, a lap and a half to go. He can do it from here. He's just going to have to hustle. So he needs to do a 17-second lap. Has Frank got it in the legs? It might be a tad too far. Still in third. Mercier comes across the line. He's on his final lap. Couple of metres to go for Frank Chen. The time's passed, so Frank will go to the bronze final with a 3:56.998. Mercier, he'll come across the line now. Into fifth with a 4:13.744. So the gold final will be Peter Nowell and Cam Douglas-Savage. The bronze final will be between Frank Chen and Matty Wynn. Next up, our men's Masters 3,000 metre. It's only 3 riders, so the first and second will go to a gold final. Third fastest time, they'll get the bronze. And out first from the St George Cycling Club. He rode well last night. It'll be Lockie Cameron. So out of the gates for Lockie Cameron in this men's Masters 3. So this will be the time for everyone to beat. This comes around, first lap complete in a 24:116. 11 laps to go. So 2 laps down for Lockie Cameron. 10 laps to go here at Adamys Velodrome. So Lockie Cameron, he'll be looking to set the time to beat for the men's Masters 3. 3,000 metre individual pursuit. 1,000 metres done, 2,000 metres to go. He does the first 1,000 in a 1:17. As Lockie Cameron comes around, he'll be halfway done at the 1,500 metre mark. He does that in a 1:54.204. So coming up on 2,000 metres now, Lockie Cameron, 1,000 metres to go. Stops the clock at a 2:31 for his first 2,000. Three laps to go now, 750 metres. Round they come, Lockie Cameron. He'll get the bell, one more lap of this 3,000 metre IP. Half a lap now to go for Lockie Cameron. This will be the time to beat. 1 and 2 will go to the gold final. Third fastest will get bronze. So 3:44.077. So that's the time to beat if you want to get in the gold final. Scott Smith from UQ and Kyle Marwood from Mackay. That's the benchmark they'll be looking for. So out of the gate, Smith and Marwood, they're looking to beat the time of Lockie Cameron, a 3:44.077. 3,000 metre IP for our men's Masters 3. Up next, we'll have our under-19 women's semi-finals, along with the men and the semi-finals of the elites. After that, we'll head into our junior IPs, our 9s, 11s and 13s. So we've got 1,000 metres down. Marwood in the box seat at the moment. So will these two go through to the gold final, or will they come up with Lockie Cameron? So Kyle Marwood from Mackay, 1500, he's halfway done with a 1:49. He goes the fastest time so far. 1,500 metres now for Scott Smith. He's third fastest. So if he wants to get to the final, he's got a bit of work to do. Marwood flying though. It looks like he's going to catch up to Scott Smith. So Marwood will come around now for 2,000 metres, 4 laps to go. Still in first, fastest time so far, Scott Smith. He'll come around from UQ. He's got 1,000 metres to go. Still in third. So a bit of work to do there for Scott Smith if he wants to get through the gold final. Kyle Marwood absolutely charging his way through that gold final. Looks like the boys had a bit of a chat on the way around turn 4. So Marwood will come around. He'll get 500 metres to go. So just 2 laps, 500 metres of this 3,000 metre pursuit. 2 laps to go now for Smith. So there's the bell for Marwood. He's still in front, 3:18. So he'll charge through this gold final. He'll be the fastest qualifier. Smith now, he gets the bell. A bit of work to do for him. He's got to do this last one in 15 seconds if he's going to get there. But Marwood crosses the line with a 3:35.996. Scott Smith across the line, 3:48.551, so he'll collect the bronze. So heading into the gold final, that'll be Kyle Marwood and Lockie Cameron. So semi-final, round 1, best of 3. For our under-19 women, this will be Milan Bradshaw up against Lucy Johnston. So Bradshaw will lead out Johnston. So this will be best of 3, so this is round 1 of this semi-final. So Bradshaw and Johnson both looking to get the upper hand to go one up. There's the bell. Very casual as they head across the line. Bradshaw decides she's going to go, gets an instant gap over Johnson. So Lucy Johnston with a lot of work to do, but the gap opens up. Milan Bradshaw from the Heed stable. She comes through, she'll take the win. She'll go one up in this semi-final. Next up, April Paddy and Maddie Smith. Maddie Smith from the Gold Coast. April Paddy from Balmoral. Maddie Smith with the death stare towards April Paddy on the line. Maybe not a death stare, but definitely a glare as the two girls head out to race. They want to get this one done. The winner of these rounds will go through to the final, the gold final. The others will go through to the bronze. So can Maddie Smith do what Milan Bradshaw just did, or will April Paddy go one up? April's decided to go long range. She caught up Maddie Smith napping a little bit there, but Maddie straight back on the wheel and she's got to roll on with it. I think there's something happened to April Paddy. So Maddie Smith rolls through. Not sure what's happened to April Paddy there. Mechanical on the bike somewhere along the line as Maddie Smith rolls across. Not sure what happened to April there. We'll find out shortly. Pulled wheel for April Paddy, so Maddie Smith will take the win. So puts April Paddy up against it in this next round. Next up, Cater Smalley, our fastest qualifier. He'll be up against William Emilius. So Cater Smalley from that Heed group, headed up by Bryson Fletcher. Great group of young sprinters. Cater Smalley, the smiling assassin today. He's fastest qualifier up against Will Emilius. Best of three. So Will leading this one out with 2 laps to go. Wasn't a great gap between the all the times of our under-19 men riders. Will, very cool, calm and collected as Smalley heads up to the fence. Trying to get as much advantage and height as he can. Straight onto Will's wheel. Will, though, good acceleration. He's left Smalley in his wake. Will Himalayas down the back straight. Cater Smalley not able to get on top of his gear. Will Himalayas romps that one home. Yeah, Cater's bike doesn't sound great at all. Something's happened there. So Will through. He goes one up. So Cater picks up the bike. He'll try and sort that one out. A little bit of work to do now. He'll have to get on top of the next one if he's going to force Will Himalayas into a third decider. Up next, Seb Topping in the QAS kit. He'll be up against Max Woodruff. So Topping will lead this one out very sedate for the first quarter of a lap, half a lap. Can't come to a standstill in that first half a lap and must maintain at least walking speed. So go across the halfway mark. So Topping still in control of this one. Woodruff starting to move around, trying to make Topping second guess what's going on. One and a half to go as both riders start to accelerate down the back straight. Woodruff throws a dummy. Topping doesn't react. Now they're both out of the saddle. Look at Topping go. He's monstering that bike down the front straight. Woodruff in the slipstream. He comes out down the back straight. He's got a bit of work to do around the outside. Topping dancing with that red line onto the front straight. Topping will take the win. Next up for our elite women's semi-final round one, it'll be Alessia McCaig up against Sophie Watts. So Alessia McCaig in the Australia kit, Sophie Watts in the QAS. So McCaig in control of this one, keeping it nice and low for the first half a lap. Not much in it between these two during qualifying. So Watts just trying to put McCaig off her game. McCaig decides she'll open it up. Down the front straight, she's got a couple of metres, but Watts is coming back. She gets into the slipstream of McCaig. Down the back straight, Watts, she's got a bit of work to do, but can she come around the outside? Watts trying to get around the outside of McCaig. Into the front straight, McCaig will hold strong. McCaig will go one up. Next up for our elite women, it'll be Molly McGill up against Danica Blinko. Molly in the Australia kit, Danica in the QAS kit. So here we go, Molly McGill will lead out Danica Blinko. Pretty slow in this first quarter lap. What's the date? Don't forget to check out the Pedali pop-up store on the concourse near the entry to Anime's Velodrome. Some great gear up there. I've seen a few people walk away with some good gear. So here we go, McGill starting to up the tempo now. Blinko not missing a beat as she jumps on. Round they go. They'll get the bell this time around. McGill in control. Blinko coming around the outside. Gets a bit of help from the boards. Down the back straight. Now Blinko pounces down the back straight. Can McGill hold her up? Blinko around the outside. This is close between McGill and Blinko. Across the line. Oh, I think McGill might have just got that one. We'll wait for confirmation. That was tight. Next up, we'll have our elite men semi-final. Commissaire's having a very good look at the finish of that round between McGill and Blinko. So Molly McGill looks like she came across the line first, but she's been relegated for coming out of the sprinters lane. So Danica Blinko will take the win. Molly McGill relegated, came out of the sprinters lane. So that'll make things interesting in the next matchup. So up next, Dan Barber and Sam Gallagher. as Dan Barber slows it right down on the back straight. Sam Gallagher not buying into that. Happy to sit at second wheel. Dan Barber from Dubbo on an absolute bender this weekend. Oh, as Dan Barber trips himself up coming through turn 2 and 3. That was a blind side. So he's down at the moment. We'll hope everything well for Dan Barber. Looks like Barber just tripped himself up there, flicked it one way and went over the other way. He's up though, that's good news. He'll shake that one off, we'll come back out. Comms will just double check the track, make sure everything's okay before we bring the next heat out. So we'll move on to the next heat. Dan Barber will just get double checked by medical and then they'll come back out. So next up will be Hoffman and Elliott. After these semi-finals, we'll head into our junior IPs. So Ryan Elliott will lead this one out. So Elliott leading out Lee Hoffman. What a lineup of riders we've got here at the Queensland State Track Champs. So Ryan Elliott keeping this one at a decent tempo. We start to see a bit more pressure on the pedals now as Ryan Elliott wants to open this up. Doesn't want to give Lee Hoffman a sniff of his back wheel. Lap and a half to go as they start to really crank up the pace now. Elliott's still looking over his shoulder. They get the bell. 1 lap to go. Now it's go time. Elliott opens it up. Hoffman coming down the back straight. Lee Hoffman trying to get on terms with Ryan Elliott as they come in. Even Stevens down the front straight. Hoffman gets him on the line. So Dan Barber still over with medical. Looks like they're going to get him up again to go up against Sam Gallagher. So I think Dan Barber and Sam Gallagher will be next out. Ryan Stevens, I think, might just wait just a little bit. So we'll go back to that matchup between Dan Barber and Sam Gallagher. So good to see Barber back on the bike. He'll lead this one out now. Sam Gallagher up to the fence. So Barber leads this one out now over Sam Gallagher. Good to see Barber back up. So the men head onto the back straight. Don't forget to check out the Pedali shop on the concourse on the back straight. So they start to wind things up. So Barber in control. A lot less cat and mouse this time around. Barber just wants to go flat out. Gallagher throws the dummy, forces Barber into the sprinters lane. They get the bell. Gallagher goes up high, comes back in, drops it on the wheel of Dan Barber. He's got the slipstream, gets the draft down the back straight. Gallagher giving it everything as they go around 3 and 4. Barber in front. Gallagher sits up. Barber will go one up. So next up, our under 9 IP, and we'll start with Rowan Stevens. 1,000 metres, 4 laps of Anamirs. So Rowan Stevens, our under 9 boy, he'll go out set a time. Our only rider, under 9 boy rider. So Stevens starts his 4 laps of Anime's Velodrome for the 1,000 metres as he gets up and running. So Stevens, 1 lap down, 3 to go. As Stevens makes his way around turn 3 and 4, he'll come round with 2 laps, 500 metres to go. So Rowan Stevens from the Clarence Valley BMX Club. So Stevens comes around, he'll get the bell this time around. Our under 9 boys state championship for the IP. He gets the bell, gets out of the saddle. As Rowan Stevens, half a lap to go now. Out of 3, into 4, into the front straight. Rowan Stevens, our under 9 boy, finishes off his IP. Good job by Rowan. Next up, we'll have our under 9 girls. On the front straight, Charlotte Urry. On the back straight from the Gold Coast, Freya Kamaru. Charlotte Urry off the line, Kamaru. A little bit too slow off the back straight. So Freya just with a fall. So Charlotte Urry, she'll set a time. Then Freya will be back out. So Charlotte Urry will keep going. 250 metres down, 750 to go. I think the last time I saw a green frog, Seb Urry was riding it on the Chandler Outdoor. So good to see Charlotte on a similar bike. So Charlotte Urry coming through, halfway through her 1,000 metres. That's 2 laps down, 2 to go. As Charlotte Urry makes her way around, she'll get the bell this time around. Charlotte now with half a lap to go, so this will be the time for Freya Kamaru to beat. Ryan Stevens, he's got the gold for the under-9 boys. Charlotte Urry comes across the line, stops the clock in a 2:14.877. So Freya Kamaru just fell off on the line on her heat, so they'll get her back up on track. So Freya Kamaru makes her way off for her 1,000 metres. Time to beat by Charlotte Urry, 2:14.877. Freya in the Queensland kit. High ambitions for when she hits under 15s. So 3 laps to go now for Freya. A little bit behind Charlotte Urry's time at the moment. So Freya makes her way around. This will be halfway of her 1,000 metres, 2 laps to go. She goes through at about a 1:11, so still a little bit behind the time of Charlotte Urry. Up next, we'll have our under 11 boys and girls for their 1,000 metres. And after them, our under 13s will come out for their 1,500 metre pursuit. Freya comes around, 1 more lap to go. Gets out of the saddle, she's going to sprint this one home. Goes into second though. So the time to beat a 2:14. So a little bit of time to make up if she's going to beat Charlotte Urry, 2:14. With a 2:21.491. So we head off for our under 11s, Emily Dixon up against Austin Tompkinson. Emily Dixon, our only under 11 girl. So Austin will be setting the time for the rest of the boys to beat as they've gone 250 metres. Emily Dixon flying around Anamir's Velodrome. She's got the better of Austin at the moment. Austin comes back. So Emily setting a time. She will collect the gold for the under 11 girls. So we go halfway, 500 metres. Austin about a second in front of Emily at the moment. So Austin Tompkinson, lap and a half to go. Lap and a half to go for Emily Dixon. There goes Austin, being supported on the back straight by big sister Isla. Bell lap for Austin, bell lap for Emily. Austin coming through, half a lap to go. This will be the time for the boys, half a lap to go for Emily Dixon. So Austin Tompkinson, this will be the benchmark. He comes through in a 1:45.068. And Emily comes home in a 1:51.375. So next out on track for our under 11s, the two Gold Coast boys on the front straight, the super fast, Sonny Morfitt. On the back straight, also super fast, Rowan Fox. So they're chasing the time of Austin Tompkinson, a 1:45.068. So Sonny Morfitt and Rowan Fox off to a good start of their 1,000 metre IP final. No finals on these ones. It's just straight through. Fastest wins gold. Second gets silver and third gets the bronze. As both boys looking at each other across the track. 250 metres done. 2.5 laps to go. They're both looking at each other. Rowan Fox looks like he's found an extra gear as he heads around turn 1 and 2. Sonny Morfitt down the front straight. He's still got the advantage by about 0.9 of a second with 2 laps to go. Morfitt, a very good time trialer. Has he got anything left? As the gap comes down, it's down to 0.6, so Rowan Fox, he's making inroads now. As they come around, they'll get 1 lap to go. They're both going to have to move. Nothing in it, 0.5 of a second. Morfitt just on top of Rowan Fox. Morfitt comes around, he's found something. Fox has found something. The gap goes out to about 0.7, so Fox is going to have to fly if he's going to catch Sonny Morfitt. Morfitt looks like he's got this one done. Morfitt comes across with a 1:39.27. Rowan Fox just behind him on a 1:40.439. Next out on the front straight, with a big thigh slap from Bundaberg, Milan Klein. On the back straight from Balmoral, Whitfield, Henderson, Cunnington. So Sonny Morfitt, the time to beat. 1:39.27. So good start from both Milan and Whitfield. Chasing Sonny Morfitt's time of a 1:39.270. Off to a good start, Milan and Whitfield setting the first and second fastest times. One lap down, 250 metres. It's still 1 and 2. There's nothing between them. It's 0.03 of a second between Whitfield and Milan. As Milan charges down the back straight, he's still got the goods. It's not much in it. It's still only about 0.08 of a second. As Whitfield, it looks like he's running out of juice as he heads down. Milan Klein still got at the front. Still nothing. It's 0.6 of a second, if that, 0.5. As the boys charge along, a lap and a half to go. Milan Klein still in first. Whitfield's dropped back to third. So the time of Sonny Morfitt, will it hold up? Milan Klein, he's got one more lap to go. Whitfield running out of juice. Klein still in front, 1:15. Whitfield, 1 lap to go now. He's dropped back to fourth, so he's run out of legs. Milan Klein down the back straight, half a lap to go. He's still in front of Sonny Morfitt. Now Whitfield gets out of the saddle. He's got half a lap to go. Milan Klein into the front straight. Can he hold off? Sonny, he goes into second with a 1:39.672. Nothing in it, just 0.4 of a second between Milan and Sonny. Whitfield goes into fifth with a 1:48.628. Here we go, our under 11 girls, Charlie Rue and Imogen Kemps, our under 13s, 1,500 metres. As our riders roll round, 1 lap down. So Imogen Kemps with the goods over Charlie Rue at the moment. Two heats for the under 13 girls, 1,500 metres. So Imogen, just in front of Charlie Rue at the moment. They want to set a time for Evie Rose to chase. So Imogen Kemps coming up to halfway. 7:50 done, 7:50 to go. She's our leader at the moment, Charlie Rue. Not that far behind her. She's got 7:50 to go now. Kemp's knuckling down. So Rue comes up to the 1,000-metre mark. Kemp's already done the 1,000. She's got 2 laps to go. 1,000 metres to go for Rue now. So Kemp's looking to set the time. There's only one more rider after this. That'll be Evie Rose. As Imogen Kemp's comes around, she'll have 1 lap to go. She gets the bell. 250 metres to go for Imogen Kemp's. 250 metres to go for Charlie Rue. Imogen was catching Charlie for a while. She hasn't made much ground yet as Charlie looks around. Half a lap to go for Imogen Kemp. She's really pushing the pedals now. Half a lap to go for Rue. Kemp's out of the saddle. 2:23.019. And across the line, Charlie Rue, 2:31.117. So Evie Rose will be chasing the time of Imogen Kemp's. She'll be on the track at the same time as our first under-13 boy, Edson Arthur. So riders both off the line. So Edson going to set the time for the under-13 boys. Evie Rose chasing that time of Imogen Kemp's, the 2:23. Evie Rose goes fastest so far. So 2:50 down, 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go for Ed. So Evie Rose going to try and maintain this tempo. Still fastest. So Evie Rose can almost see Edson Arthur. 500 metre mark, she's still number 1. 1,000 metres to go. 1,000 metres to go for Ed. Evie Rose looks up, she can see Edson in front of her, so she's still fastest. She comes around, this will be halfway to go, 3 laps to go. 7:50 done, 7:50 to go. Evie Rose still on the front. Edson Arthur, he comes into the front straight. He's halfway done, 3 laps to go. Now Evie, she's in the same straight. She can see Ed just in front. She's still fastest. She'll come around with 2 laps to go on the back straight. 2 laps now for Evie Rose. Still fastest at the 1,000 metre mark. As she catches Ed coming out of turn 4. Gets a draft, comes down the front straight. 2 laps to go for Edson Arthur. 1.5 to go for Evie Rose. Evie looks like she's still pushing through it. Evie Rose with 1 lap to go. Still fastest at a 1:50. Really going to push now. So Evie Rose setting a blistering time. Time to beat a 2:23. She's going to romp this one home. 1 lap to go for Edson Arthur. Here's the finish for Evie Rose. She'll win that one with a 2:13.054. So that'll give Evie Rose the gold for the under-13 girls. Edson Arthur, he comes across the line. This will be the time for the boys to beat, a 2:28.110. So for our boys, they'll be chasing the time of Edson Arthur. 2:28.110. What a stonking time by Evie Rose. 2:13.054. So Larkins and Marwood up on the track. These are our under 13 boys. Last two to come out. So good start from Larkins and Marwood. They're chasing down Edson Arthur. Evie Rose has absolutely exhausted herself. She's on the floor. Larkins goes fastest for the first half a lap. He's on a bender. Larkins goes one lap down. He goes fastest of all. Marwood comes through. He's fourth fastest at the moment. As Larkins heads into the front straight. And Marwood heads around 1 and 2. Larkins in that purple UQ kit. He'll come up to 2 laps down. Can almost see Marwood. They're nearly in the same straight. Larkins after 2 laps. He's fastest at the 500 metre mark. Marwood looks like he's coming back. He's looking all right after 500. Larkins into the front straight. He'll come round. He'll get 3 laps to go. Next time down the back straight, he'll be halfway done. So Larkins down the back straight, halfway done, still fastest at 750. Marwood coming through. He's halfway to go now. He moves himself into third. That's a good sign for Oakland, Marwood. The young man from Mackay, he's doing well. I think he's got Dad out on the timer for him. So Larkins comes through, 2 laps to go. 1,000 metres done, 500 to go. He's still fastest. Marwood comes through. He's got 2 laps to go. He maintains his third overall. I think that'll be second with the boys. Larkins comes through. Next time round, he'll get the bell. So Larkins on the back straight. He gets the bell. 250 to go. First still at a 150. Evie Rose had the time of a 2:13. Larkins will need to do this fairly rapidly. Half a lap to go now for Larkins. Half a lap to go for Marwood. Larkins still on the front as he heads down the back straight. He crosses the line in a 2:12.793. Marwood crosses the line in a 2:18.781. Good work there from all of our juniors doing their IPs. So round 2 of our under-19 women's sprint. So Bradshaw and Johnston will be up next. Milan Bradshaw, she's 1 up. Bradshaw will want to win this one and go through to the final. Johnston looking to send it to 3. So Johnston leading this one out. Bradshaw comes up on the inside with 2 laps to go. So Bradshaw's decided she wants to lead this one for the final 2. Just takes a bit of tempo out as she heads down the back straight. She's got the front running position. There's the bell. Now Bradshaw gets out of the saddle as they both sprint. Seated acceleration for Johnston originally. Now she's out of the saddle. Bradshaw out of the saddle as they both come in. Into the back straight. Bradshaw looks around, but there's only one way to go now. That's forward. Bradshaw will take the win. She'll go through to the final. To the gold final, Johnston will go through to the bronze final. Next up, Maddie Smith. She's one up against April Paddy, who pulled a wheel in her heat. So April with a lot of work to do now. Jack Emilias, the man of many jobs. He was up here in the camera booth not so long ago. Now he's down on the track. So Paddy lead this one out. And pretty rapid pace off the line for April Paddy. She wants to keep the pace high on this one. She climbs up to the boards. Maddie Smith comes in underneath April. She wants to take the front position. As April throws a dummy. 2 laps to go now. Maddie Smith wants to lead this one out from the start. Leaves a gap there for April Paddy. April goes in underneath as the sprint starts with 1.5 to go. Maddie slots herself in onto April's wheel. So Smith now gets the drag down the front straight. Paddy leading it out. Smith's trying to come around the outside. Paddy accelerates down the back straight. Nothing in it between these two. Paddy holding strong. Paddy's going to hold this one on. So they'll go to a decider. So they'll be back out again shortly for their decider, who goes through the gold final. Next out, Kata Smalley and Will Emilias. Kata had some sort of mechanical in the first one. Hopefully we've got that one fixed. Will cruising to victory. close that gap very quickly. Topping trying to force Woodruff down early. He goes over the top, absolutely smashes it along the fence, along the front straight. Opens up a gap of about 10 metres, 15. Woodruff trying to come back. Seb Topping though, he's like a bolt of lightning as he heads around turn 3 and 4. Topping will go through to the gold final. Next up, our elite women semi-final round 2. After our sprints, we'll head back to our under 15 and under 17 IP finals. So McCaig up against Sophie Watts. So as we lead out, it'll be Sophie Watts on the front, followed by McCaig. So as we go round, very casual for Watts and McCaig. So as we head around, Sophie Watts needs to get the upper hand over McCaig on this one. So we head round, so Watts in control, McCaig coming through. She'll want to go straight through to the final. She wants to kick this one off. Watts wants to take it. Oh, as they come close, very close together. Coming through 1 and 2. McCaig had the sprinters lane. Watts had to get back out. So Alessia McCaig, she'll go through the gold final. Next up, Molly McGill and Danica Blinko. McGill relegated in the last one, so she'll want to come back at Blinko this time around. As Danica Blinko leads out. So Blinko trying to keep control of Molly McGill. She'll want to go straight through to the final to meet Alessia McCaig. Molly McGill wants to send it to a decider. As the girls head in, they get the bell. And McGill absolutely stomping on those pedals as she comes down the front straight. She wants to take it to a decider. A lot of work to do for Blinko, but Blinko sits up, so that'll go to a decider. McGill will take that one. So McGill through. I'll get a confirmation in a little while, but it looks like in our under 13s, both Judd Larkins and Evie Rose Henderson Cunnington may have just broken the state track records for the 1500. So Evie Rose looks like she broke the time of Sienna Golding, and Judd Larkins beating the time of Cam Franks. So good work there from our under 13s. I'm sure Louise Jones will see if I'm telling the truth or not. Right, next up, Gallagher and Barber. Barber one up in this one. So Gallagher wanting to send this one through to a decider. Dan Barber, I think, after that mishap in their first round, he'll want to get this one done and rest up a little bit more before the gold final. So Gallagher looks like he might just have decided to go after it from long range. He's definitely fired up. So Gallagher, with 2 laps to go, increases the tempo. He makes Barber chase. Out of the saddle with 1.5 laps to go. Barber stalking. Now they go cat and mouse at 60 kilometres an hour on the velodrome. Gallagher trying to hold off Barber. Out of the saddle for Gallagher. Barber cruises around the outside. The man from Dubbo, he cruises across the line. So Dan Barber, he'll go through to the gold final. Next up will be Hoffman and Elliott. So Hoffman to lead this one out. Hoffman one up. He'll want to go straight through to the final to meet Dan Barber. Elliott will be very keen to send this to a decider. So Hoffman holding Elliott up high. Then to go early. From about 2 laps out, they've already started their sprint, lap and a half to go. Elliott really pushing Hoffman. As they head into the front straight, they'll get the bell. Elliott straight onto his wheel. Look at him come around like an absolute rocket around the outside of Hoffman. Hoffman holds him into 3 and 4. Hoffman side by side as they come into the front straight. Elliott gave it everything, but Hoffman, he'll take it. He'll go through to the final with Barber. Elliott and Gallagher, they'll meet in the bronze final. So we'll have our elite women ride off for 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th. Flying time, 10.15 on that last 200 for Hoffman. And they both look gassed. That was a good one. So this for 5th and 6th. Emma Stevens and Chloe Moran. So Moran will lead this one out. Straight ride off, no rounds. It's for 5th and 6th at the Queensland State Champs. So as the tempo builds, Moran just keeping Stevens at bay. Stevens, though, very much stalking the back wheel of Chloe Moran as they come around. They'll get the bell this time around. So Stevens out of the saddle. Moran into the sprinters lane. Now they kick off. 200 metres to go down the back straight. 125 to go. Stevens trying to get around the outside. Moran, though, holding strong. Chloe Moran, she'll get 5th. Emma Stevens into 6th. So next up, this will be the ride for 7 and 8 for our elite women. This will be Lauren Perry up against Sandra Stoy. So Stoy will lead this one out. So Sandra Stoy leading out Lauren Perry. Don't forget to check out the Padali shop on the concourse. So Perry all over the back wheel of Sandra Stoy as they come around with 1.5 to go. Lauren Perry looks like she might get a bit of a run up on the back of Sandra. Sandra takes the pace off, just takes away that advantage of the run. Stoy still watching. Perry trying to come around the outside, forces Sandra into the sprinters lane. Round the outside, Lauren Perry goes past Sandra Stoy on the back straight. Lauren Perry, she'll come through and she'll take 7th in the Queensland State Championships. Sandra Stoy in 8th. So this is our ride-off for our elite men. Mitch Louie, Rhoda Munro and Josh Nixon. So Munro will lead out Louie and, Nixon will lead out Louie and Munro. So Mitch Louie wants to control this one. Bit of pride involved as they all come together. Coming into turn 4, Munro drops in underneath Louie. What a battle this is turning out to be. Louie trying to get around the outside. Munro's still got the inside run down the back straight. Louie over the top. He's still not clear. He's over the top of Munro now as they line astern, heading into the front straight. Mitchell Louie will take the win over Munro and Nixon. That was a hard starter. So next up, looks like we'll have April Paddy and Maddie Smith for their decider. So this is the decider between Paddy and Smith. Who's going to the gold and who's going to the bronze final? So Maddie Smith to lead this one out. So Maddie Smith leading this one out. So they come up to a lap and a half to go. April Paddy's going to go long range. She's going to force Maddie Smith to get on top of that gear. Maddie holds her up as they come around 3 and 4. Shoulder to shoulder. Maddie maintains the sprinters lane. Both out of the saddle, into the front straight, around turn 1 and 2. They've been shoulder to shoulder for 250 metres. Down the back straight. Can Paddy come back from this? Maddie Smith, has she still got the legs? As they come around 3 and 4. April Paddy coming over the top to the line. I think that's April Paddy, might have just got that one. Confirmation, April Paddy goes through to the gold final. So April Paddy will come up against Milan Bradshaw in the gold. Maddie Smith and Johnston will go up for the bronze. There are under 19 men. Another decider, Will Emilias and Cater Smalley. Cater, our number 1 qualifier. This will decide who goes up against Seb Topping in the gold final. So here we go, the decider for our under 19 men. One apiece, Cater Smalley with the mechanical in the first one. What have they got in store for us for this one? So Smalley still on the front. Will, he's forced Cater into upping the tempo. That suits him to a T. So good tactics there by Will Emilias. He's very smart on the bike. Smalley out of the saddle. He hasn't been able to gap Emilias this time around. Down the back straight. Can Emilias got anything else? Into 3 and 4 on the way round, side by side. Emilias is going to have to come from back. Cater Smalley, he'll go through to the final with Topping. So Will Emilias, he'll face off against Max Woodruff for the bronze. One more matchup, I think, before we head to our under 15 women's IP. So Blinko will lead this one out over McGill. McGill with a point to prove in the last one. She got relegated in the first heat. No messing around for McGill in heat 2. Now we go to the decider. Can Blinko hold on? Up towards the fence. So Blinko gets McGill to roll through. Still got a big afternoon ahead of us with more IPs, finals, also our sprint gold finals later on for our 19s and elites. So McGill very much setting the tempo for this one. Blinko trying to come back. They'll get the bell this time around. There it is. So McGill in charge. Blinko onto her wheel. Looking sharp down the back straight. Blinko comes around the outside. McGill out of the saddle. They're hip to hip as they go around 3 and 4. What's in store for us here? Blinko over the top. Blinko will go through to the final. So Blinko will go through against McCaig. McGill will go through against Watts. What a ride from Blinko. She's happy about that one. As we move into our under 15 and under 17 IP finals, we'll start with the bronze final for the under 15 girls. So under 15 girls bronze final for the 2,000 metre IP. On the front straight from Hamilton Wheelers, Georgia Dowling. On the back straight from the Gold Coast, Adele Dixon. So bronze final Georgia Dowling up against Adele Dixon. Georgia really starting to come into her own of late. Adele Dixon, we know how good she is. She's out very rapidly. She just scraped into the finals in her heat. So Dixon with a bit of advantage over the first 250. We saw this from Dowling in her heat though. She settles in. Much like her brother, she can keep going at the same pace for quite some time. So Dixon though, after 500 metres, she's got the goods over Dowling by 2.6 seconds. So Dowling with a little bit of work to do. As they come up to the 750 metre mark. So the gap has closed down to 1.8, so Georgia's taken a bit out in that last lap. She took about 0.8 of a second. Nice and steady. So both girls, looks like they've settled into their rhythm, that hovering around about that 1.6 mark, as Dowling takes just a little bit more time out now, 1.3. So they've passed the halfway mark now. They'll come around with 3 laps to go. This time around, 1,250 metres done. And the gap down to 0.76. So Dowling really starting to come back now. It was out to 2.6. And now it's down to 0.3. So Dowling's really coming into her own here now. This is a bronze final. So along the back straight, 2 laps to go. Dixon now moves into second. Dowling in front by 0.07. 1.5 laps to go. Who's got the legs? Dowling extends her lead. It's out to 0.44. Georgia Dowling, where has this come from? 1 lap to go. Who's got the legs? Dowling still 0.6 of a second in it. Dowling's going to have to really hustle. Adele Dixon wants to hold on. It's still Dowling with half a lap to go. It goes out to 0.7. Georgia Dowling, she might come through. She might get the bronze. Georgia Dowling across the line takes the win by 0.8 of a second over Adele Dixon. Well done, G. What a ride between Georgia Dowling and Adele Dixon. Next up, our gold final, Bo Morfitt and Matilda Kemps. So good out of the gates for both Kemps and Morfitt. This is the gold final. Both girls out of the saddle. Kemp's using traditional sprint bars or bunch bars. Morfitt got the IP bars. That's Morfitt just in front by 0.06 of a second after the first lap, 250 metres. So neck and neck between these two. Still Kemp's, nothing in it, 0.2 of a second after 500 metres. So Kemp's just maintaining that pace. Morfitt, we know she can hold on for a long time. Out to 0.8 after the first 3 laps. So as they come round, it'll be halfway done. So Kemp's in front after 1,000 metres. She's got 1.4 over Morfitt. So Morfitt's going to have to hustle now. There's still not much of a gap. That can come back. We'll see how much more Kemp's has got in the legs. Three laps to go now for Kemp's. 3 laps to go for Morfitt. And the gap's out to 2.2. Next time around, they'll have 500 metres to go. So Matilda Kemp's down the back straight, 2 laps to go. She's got the lead over Bo Morfitt. It's out to 2.78 seconds now. Matilda out of the saddle, so she's still got some legs there. Kemp's will come around the back straight, she'll get the bell. This is for the gold. There's the bell, 250 metres to go. 250 to go for Morfitt. The gap's 3 seconds. It'll have to take something serious for Kemp's to lose it from here. Morfitt still pushing. Kemp's into turn 1 and 2. She's headed towards the back straight. Matilda Kemp's, she'll take the win for the under-15 Girls State Championship. Well done to Bo Morfitt. She'll take silver. Next out for under 15 boys. On the front straight, Paddy Richardson from Balmoral. On the back straight, also from Balmoral, that looks like it'll be Seb Urry. It's our bronze final. So Richardson and Urry are off. And our under 15 boys final. So 250 metres done, and both boys out to a flyer. It's only 0.3 of a second between them. So as they come round for the first 2 laps, I think Paddy's just got it, 0.14 in front of Sebi. As both boys settle into their rhythm. 2,000 metres, it's a long way to go. So Richardson still on top of Urry at the 750 metre mark by 0.8 of a second. This for the bronze final. Richardson looks like he's just extended his lead a bit on this lap at the halfway mark. He's 2 seconds to the better of Seb Urry. As we come through, Seb Urry still pushing through on the front straight as Paddy Richardson, he comes through. He's got 3 laps to go. He's got quite the lead over Seb Urry now. That's gone out to about 4 seconds, almost on the same straight now. As Patrick Richardson comes through, he'll get 2 laps to go. Sebi with 2.5. So Richardson, 2 to go at the 1,500 metre mark. Seb Urry on the back straight. Paddy Richardson's got him in his sights now. If he can catch him in the next lap and a half, second gap at the minute. So Richardson, he'll come round either way, he'll get 1 lap to go. Urry will try and hold off, he won't want to get caught, but Paddy's on his way. So Richardson comes up to Urry. This will be for the bronze medal. So that's it, it's done. Paddy Richardson takes home the bronze. Next up, our gold final between Ethan Lee and Felix Henderson. Our under 15 boys gold individual pursuit final. Ethan Lee, Felix Henderson. Ethan Lee dominating the qualifying. Felix Henderson, he won't relinquish too easily though. He looks pretty comfortable and fairly even for our first lap. 0.4 of a second in it, Ethan Lee. Just with the advantage over the first lap. So they come through, 500 metres done. the gap out to about a 1 second advantage for Ethan Lee. So 2,000 metres in this gold final. Who's going to join Paddy Richardson on the podium? So Lee extends the gap out to 2.3 seconds now. Halfway there now, so 1,000 metres done. Ethan Lee would like to try and catch Felix Henderson. I'm not sure it'll happen though. Felix Henderson holding strong. Next time round they'll get 3 to go. So 3 to go now for Ethan Lee. He can see Felix Henderson just as he disappears around the corner. So 2 laps to go now for Ethan Lee as he comes through. Two laps to go for Felix Henderson. Both riders in the same straight. There's only about 30 metres between them. This time around, Ethan Lee, he'll get the bell. Ethan Lee on his way to the gold medal in the under 15 boys IP. There's the bell for Henderson. He's on his way to a good haul. He'll take silver home. Ethan Lee coming around turns 3 and 4. Ethan Lee takes the gold and takes the win. Next out, our under 17 women's bronze final. Hannah Walters and Maddie Douglas Savage. So a bronze final for our under 17 women is underway. Douglas Savage off to an absolute flyer. It's the longest sprint Maddie's tried to do, but she's going to go after it. After the first lap, she's got 2 seconds over Hannah Walters. Hannah will go pretty steady at this one. Maddie came out like a rocket. Has she got the legs to go on? So after 500 metres, Maddie Douglas-Savage up by 3 seconds over Hannah Walters. So Maddie, after 3 laps, goes in with 3 seconds. So Hannah Walters bringing some of that back now. What legs has Maddie Douglas-Savage got left? And the gap coming down very quickly. That was a 1 second change in half a lap. And Maddie's almost come to a standstill on the back straight. 1,000 metres, she did 1:19. Walters now just 0.17 behind. I think Maddie wanted to see what she could do for 1,000 metres. Now she's 2 seconds behind Hannah Walters. So with 3 laps to go, Hannah Walters in charge. So 1,500 metre mark, 2 laps to go now for Walters. She's got Maddie Douglas-Savage in her sights. She'll make the catch here, that'll be it. Hannah Walters will go home with the bronze medal. Her under-17 women's gold final. Ava Robbins up against Sienna Golding. Out of the gates well for Ava Robbins. So Robbins and Golding both out of the gates well. Robbins has been in full prep for road season over in Europe. Settled well into her gear. Golding not too far behind after the first lap. as both girls, they're not too far apart. There's 1 second between them coming up to the 750 metre mark. So Robbins extends her lead out to 1.45. Golding absolutely giving it everything here as they come up towards the halfway mark. 4 laps down, 4 laps to go. So Robbins opens out her lead to 1.89. Just out over 2 seconds now, so Robbins really starting to find her rhythm. 3 laps to go. The gap, 2.56. So Golding was giving it everything in those first 5 laps. Still going strong. Incredibly strong by Sienna Golding. Ava Robbins, though, absolutely dominating. 2 laps to go now. 2 laps to go for Golding. It's 3 seconds. Lap and a half to go for both girls. The gap just over 3 seconds. There's the lap. There's the final lap for Ava Robbins. Final lap for Golding. 3.5 seconds. So Ava Robbins on her way to gold. Well done, Ava Robbins. She takes the win. Sienna Golding takes the silver. Moving into our under-17 men bronze final. There wasn't much between these two in the qualifying. Our under 17 men's bronze final, Oliver Jordan, Flynn Larkins. So out of the gates for Jordan and Larkins. Here we go, our under 17 men bronze IP final. Nothing between them on that first half a lap as they both settle into their IP bars. 1 lap down. Larkins by 0.3. This will be tight. There was less than a second between them for their qualifying. As they come through, 2 laps down, the Larkins by 0.4 of a second. Nothing in this as they roll through. They are neck and neck as they come through. Jordan back to 0.2. Both riders going at it now. At the 750 metre mark, there's nothing. It's 0.01 between them. They are neck and neck as they go through. Jordan goes to the front, 0.1 of a second. You can hear them. The 1,000-metre mark. It's Jordan by 0.4. This is anyone's game with 1,000 metres to go. Jordan really starting to hustle now. Larkins, he's going to have to lift. This is for the bronze final as they come round. 12:50 done, 3 laps to go. It's still less than a second. Jordan on top at this stage. Has he got the legs? Can Larkins come back? 2.5 laps to go. It's still only 0.8 of a second. Larkins coming back. Jordan comes round. He gets the bell. 0.6 of a second. Larkins is coming. Jordan's going to have to lift. Larkins has lifted as they come through. 1.5 laps to go. It's 0.2 of a second. Larkins is making his way back. Jordan fading. Larkins lifting. 1 lap to go. Larkins goes back to the front with 0.3 of a second. They're really pushing these under 17 boys. Larkins, half a lap to go. He's got 1 second over Jordan. Larkins on his way to a bronze medal. Larkins. What a ride. All right, gold final, Sid Natira, Riley Dixon. It's our gold final for our under 17 men individual pursuit. Sid Natira from Tasmania, Riley Dixon, a local Gold Coast boy. Natira just over the top of Dixon in that first lap. So Natira, geez, he's sharp, this young man from Tasmania. As they come through, 7:50 done. Natira absolutely flying, 2 seconds. Dixon 2.5 behind as they come up to the halfway mark. Natira looking the goods. He's got about 3 seconds on Riley Dixon at this point. Has he got the legs to maintain the rage? He outqualified Dixon by about 3 seconds in the qualifying rounds. Next time they roll through, they'll have 500 metres to go. Sid Natira comes into the front straight. Riley Dixon heads around 1 and 2. So Natira, 2 laps to go, 500 metres. Dixon, 500 metres. Natira on his way to gold. 1.5 laps to go now for Sid Natira. 1.5 to go for Riley Dixon. Natira gets the bell. 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go for Riley Dixon. Sid Natira on his way to gold at the Queensland State Champs. The young man from Tasmania. He'll come through. Riley Dixon riding into silver. Good job, Sid Natira. Pretty much bang on his qualifying time. Dixon comes in second. Good ride there from Riley Dixon into second for the silver. Sid Natira, he'll go home with a bit of gold. Some extra checked baggage for his flight home. We're going to have a short break from racing while we do our IP presentations down in the infield. So all the IP riders from under 9 through to under 17, could you please make your way to the presentation area? Zane. All right, all of our riders, our junior riders, under 9s all the way through to under 17s, could you make your way to the presentation area? We'll get our IP presentations underway. All right, we'll kick off our presentations, starting with our under-9 boys, individual pursuit. Our under-9 boys, individual pursuit, taking home the gold, Roan Stevens. Congratulations, Roan, taking home a bit of bling. It's his second gold medal for today. I think he's third for the weekend. Well done. Moving on to our under-9 girls. So starting with the second place, taking home the silver medal, is Freya Kamaru. And taking home the gold from Balmoral Cycling Club, Charlotte Urry. Congratulations, Charlotte, the new under-9 girls state IP champion. Good job, Freya and Charlotte. Moving on to our under-11 boys. In third place from the Gold Coast Cycling Club, Rowan Fox. In second place from Bundaberg, Milan Klein. And taking home the gold, our new state champion from the Gold Coast Cycling Club, Sunny Morfitt. Congratulations, Sunny, our new state champion. Well done to our under-11 boys. Moving on to our under-11 girls. And the Gold Coast well and truly represented in the juniors today. Our under-11 state champion for under-11 girls in the IP, Emily Dixon. Well done, Emily, our new state champion. Moving on to our under-13 girls. In third place, taking home the bronze, Charlie Rue. In second place from Bundaberg, Imogen Kemps. And our new state champion and state record holder for the under-13 girls, Evie Rose Henderson-Cunnington. Congratulations, Evie, state champion and new record holder. Moving on to our under-13 boys. In third place from Hamilton Wheelers, Edson Arthur. In second place from Mackay, Oakland Marwood. And our new state champion and also new state record holder for 2026 under-13 boys, Judd Larkins from UQ. Congratulations, boys. Judd Larkins, the under-13 boys individual pursuit state champion for the under-13 boys. Moving on to our under-15 girls. Very pleased with this one. In third place, taking home the bronze, Georgia Dowling. In second place, Bo Morfitt from the Gold Coast. And our new state championship winner from Bundaberg, Matilda Kemps. Congratulations, Matilda, our 2026 state IP champion for the under-15 girls. Moving on to our under 15 boys. In third place from Balmoral, Paddy Richardson. In second place, also from Balmoral, Felix Henderson. And our state champion for 2026 in the IP from Ipswich Cycling Club, Ethan Lee. Congratulations, Ethan, the 2026 state champ for the under 15 boys, IP. Moving on to our under 15 women. In third place from the Hamilton Wheelers Cycling Club, Hannah Walters. In second place from the Ipswich Cycling Club, Sienna Golding. And we've all heard this one before, the state champion for the under 17 IP, under 17 women, Ava Robbins. Well done, Ava, our 2026 state champion for the IP, under 17 women. Moving on to our under 17 men. In third place for the Queensland State Champs from Balmoral, Ollie Jordan. For the silver for the Queensland State Champs, Flynn Larkins. Taking home the gold for Queensland, Riley Dixon. And winner of the under 17 boys IP from Hobart, Sid Natira. Riley Dixon, our state champ, Sid Natira, the winner. Well done to our under 17 men. Well done to our under 17 men. Longest photo op ever for our under 17s. Up next, we're heading straight into our under 19 sprint final. I think there's a little bit of a gap there, a little bit of a break in the program. So Johnston wants to go early. She goes from just over a lap out. Maddie Smith trying to get back on terms. As they head down the back straight, Johnston just with the better of Maddie Smith. Maddie with a lot of work to do. Around 3 and 4. She's going to have to come back over the top. Lucy Johnston, though, holds on. You're up? Next out on track, our gold medal ride-off, April Paddy and Milan Bradshaw. So as they roll off the line, April Paddy will lead out Milan Bradshaw. So Bradshaw to the front. She'll take control. Paddy coming in, just gets out from underneath. So 2 laps to go. Right, a lap and a half to go on this gold medal under 19 women's ride sprint. Paddy gets the jump. Oh, Bradshaw comes in over the top. So Bradshaw making her way down the back straight. Paddy trying to get back on terms as they come around 3 and 4. Bradshaw, she'll come across the line first. So Bradshaw with the win. Next up, our bronze medal ride-off. Will Emilius up against Max Woodruff. So Woodruff will lead this one out. Best of 3. So under 19 men, bronze medal final. Heat 1, Himalayas, a very cool, calm, collected character. Comes up on Woodruff. Woodruff leads out from the front. Himalayas will like this. He'll get straight on that wheel. Still pushes. Woodruff now. He has to go. Himalayas onto his wheel. Now down the back straight. Himalayas, this is trademark stuff. Will. Next out will be Seb Topping and Cater Smalley. So Topping will lead this one out. He'll be chased down by the smiling assassin, Cater Smalley. So Topping at a very sedate pace. Smalley goes up the boards. So here we go. You can't track stand before half a lap. Smalley forcing Topping to stay on the front. Nothing between these two in qualifying. I think it's only 0.1 of a second or something. So this will be a mega showdown between our top two qualifiers. Out goes the call. Come on, Cater, as they head round with a lap and a half to go. Gets Topping into the sprinters lane. Here they go. Smalley on his wheel, lap to go. Cater's got the long way around to go, round the outside. Geez, this is tight as they go round the back straight, around 3 and 4. Topping might have this one. Cater trying to come over the top. Topping takes the advantage. Next up, bronze final for our elite women. Molly McGill in the Australia kit up against Sophie Watts in the QAS. So McGill to lead this one out. So McGill in control of this one with 2 laps to go. Sophie Watts starting to wind things up as they come around to a lap and a half, forcing McGill to speed up. So Watts onto McGill's wheel, round the outside. Sophie Watts on a charge. McGill's going to have to come back. Down the back straight as they come around turn 3 and 4. Watts, McGill coming around the outside, but it's Watts that'll take the win. Next out for our gold final, it'll be Alessia McCaig up against Danica Blinko. Best of 3 for the gold final. So Blinko will lead this one out over Alessia McCaig. So very cagey between our elite women so far. Important to get that upper hand in the first heat. Round they come, there's the bell, Blinko still in the sprinters lane, keeping an eye on Alessia McCaig. Into the back straight, McCaig got a lot of work to do as they come into 3 and 4, but she's coming like a homing missile. Out of 3, out of 4, into the front straight. Can McCaig come over the top? McCaig gets the win. Onto our elite men. So in this bronze final, Ryan Elliott up against Sam Gallagher. So Gallagher will lead this one out. Gallagher Very cagey down the back straight. Round they come for the bell. Gallagher on the front. Ryan Elliott doing the chasing as they head into 1 and 2. Elliott coming like a bat out of hell down the back straight. Ryan Elliott around the outside of Sam Gallagher. Out of 3, out of 4. Gallagher sits up. Elliott will take the win in heat 1. So Ryan Elliott goes 1 up in the bronze final. Next out, the big boys come out to play. Dan Barber and Lee Hoffman. So Hoffman will lead this one out. So Hoffman starting to increase the tempo with 2 laps to go. Dan Barber doesn't look too stressed out at the minute as he goes left and right, keeping Hoffman on his toes. Barber round the top of turn 3 and 4 as they come round, they'll get the bell, winding up these enormous gears that Barber and Hoffman are riding around Anamir's Velodrome. Down the back straight, Hoffman in front. He's got the better of Barber at the moment. Barber pulls out of it. Lee Hoffman, he'll take the win. So next up, our Men's Masters 10 IP final. That'll be between James Meredith and Keith Ham.
Keith Ham and James Meredith.
.40 seconds on the lap clock. Keith Meredith, love child of James Meredith and Keith Ham. Keith Ham on the back straight, James Meredith on the front straight. 20 seconds on the clock. Both riders out of the gate safely into their work. Keith Ham from Kangaroo Point in the green, and James Meredith from Balmoral. Now the fun really starts here at Adamese Velodrome. Big thanks to Adrian Larkins for commentating this morning, but he hates Masters, so he's going home, and I'll be honoured to do the commentary for the rest of the day. Sunday, tomorrow, one more day of racing. Right now, all eyes are on Keith Ham, who leads by a narrow margin of 0.76 of a second, 500 metres in to whatever this race is. The 2,000 metre individual pursuit final. Keith Ham has a cheeky look across the infield and sees that he's picked up about a quarter of a lap on James Meredith. This is the Masters Men 10 2000 individual pursuit final, and this is for the gold, and Keith Ham has one hand on the gold medal at this stage. He's starting to get some fatigue. The posture's really slumped now. It's the hard work starts. 1,125 metres in, over the halfway mark. If you're looking for some apparel, get up to the concourse and see Ian from Padali, big supporter of the Blackline Track League. Keith Ham coming up now to make the catch, and he'll continue. Two laps on the lap board. Keith gets the bell for the final lap. Keith Ham now with half a lap to go. James Meredith now getting the bell. So Keith Ham takes the gold medal with the 3 minutes 21.049, and James Meredith now coming around to stop the clock at 3:45.395 to take the silver. On the front straight from the Gold Coast, Masters World Champion Steve Mayman, and on the back straight from the sunny coast, Richard Watson. So Steve Mayman out to an early lead. Big thanks to Jelly Bean for coming out and taking some photos. Today you can find Jelly Bean's photos on Facebook. A very fast start from Mayman. 6 laps on the lap board. Photos also, of course, from our resident legend, Matt Gilfetter. Only $20 for a photo, $30 if you want colour. $50 for focus. Steve Mayman absolutely flying. He's 5 laps still on the lap board, now 4 laps, and he looks like he's going to make the catch. He does have a Masters World Championship to his name. Made the catch now, but Richard Watson looking solid and sitting in second place with his current time. Well, Richard Watson is now picked up the pace, and he might take his lap back. Mayman gets the bell. Watson now into his last lap. state champion again, Steve Mayman, and the silver going to Richard Watson from the Sunshine Coast Cycling Club. Big thanks again to Adrian Larkins for his work behind the mic this morning. Thank you for all your help up until the time we needed you the most. Up next, we've got Tony Simonelli on the back straight. And Robert McGrath is from Bundaberg on the front straight. This is the bronze final. You're live. You're live. All right, the lads are into their work in this bronze final. The excitement is starting to build. Tony Simonelli still out of the saddle. He's really winding it up. Robert McGrath has the lead early into the race, but there's a long way to go yet. Very slim margin. Simonelli now into his work as he heads down the front straight, and he's gone to the lead, but only by 0.18 of a second. Joey Black, the handler for McGrath. Five laps on the lap board. It's the back end that makes the big difference. Who's going to have the legs towards the end of this race? So Tony Simonelli is almost out to 2 seconds. He really wants this bronze medal. There's 3 laps on the lap board. So the lead now hovering around that 1.6 seconds. Tony obviously starting to slow. Of course he's starting to slow. .7 the difference. They're going to come around. Simonelli's going to get the bell. So the lads are into their final lap. Tony looks to have this one wrapped up. He's just got half a lap to go. He's holding on to his lead. He's really grinding it out, as is Rob McGrath from Bundaberg. John Eder, handler for Tony Simonelli. And the bronze goes to Tony Simonelli. 4th place, Robert McGrath from mighty Bundaberg. Shane Hendren on the front straight. He's got $100,000 worth of gear. This is the gold final on the back straight. Gary Morgan from the Sunshine Coast, 30 seconds on the clock. So both riders out of the gate on their big gears. Normally seeded by turn 3. Both riders seeded by turn 3 and then out of turn 4 onto the straight and into the drops. Both riders into the drops. Actually, at the moment, it's pretty close. Hendren up by 0.5 of a second. 6 laps on the lap board. Shane Hendren now extending his lead. He's out to just under 2 seconds. Commissaire, they're having a good look at Shane Hendren's setup. Now the riders are in the same straight. Shane's feeling very confident about that gold medal as he comes out of turn 2. He's going to make the catch on the front straight. 3 laps on the lap board. There's the whistle. Morgan sits up. He gets the silver. Shane Hendren is riding for a time. May not have advised the commissaires. The chief com's got his flag up. Two laps to go. Hendren with the gold medal. Shane Hendren stops the clock at 2:38.169. Shane Hendren takes the gold in the I think that was Men's Masters 5. All right, Men's Masters 6, we have Jay Dorraboom on the front straight and Shane Edwards from Mackay Cycling Club on the back straight. 30 seconds on the clock. Both riders out of the gate. Jay Dorrenboom. This is a gold final for Men's Masters 6. Dorrenboom, his back is flat as a tack. They're now in the same straight, on the back straight. Dorrenboom's in the black, and Shane Edwards in a very pretty kit, yellow, blue, red. Dorrenboom going for the catch. The riders are all required to complete. So Dorrenboom absolutely flying down the back straight. He's looking pretty comfortable for the gold medal in this Men's Masters 6 final. Sprinters getting ready in the infield. Dorrenboom coached by Michael Jordan, who's doing the handling for him out on the boards. One minute 45, the split at 1,500 metres. Shane Edwards on the front straight. He's maintained a very consistent pace. Dorrenboom is really going after it. Dorrenboom stops the clock, 2:20.648. Fantastic time. Shane Edwards gets the belt. A very consistent ride from Shane Edwards from Mackay. So Jay Dorrenboom will take the gold, and Mackay Shane Edwards stops the clock with a 2:53.755 for the silver. Chris Weir, Scott Hutchinson, Chris Weir in the black and green, and Scotty Hutchinson from Life Cycle in the life cycle kit. And there's nothing in it after the first lap. There's 7 laps on the lap board. Peter Macris has moved into handling. There's nothing he can't do. Both gentlemen looking over the infield at each other to see how they're going. Chris Weir's really gone out fast in the start of this race. He's absolutely flying. 5 laps on the lap board. Scott Hutchinson on the front straight now. He's in the blue. And big Chris Weir makes the catch on the back straight. There's the whistle. The bronze medal goes to Chris Weir. 4th place to Scott Hutchinson. On the back straight in the black, Bernie Swart. On the front straight in the orange, Andy Matheson. His handler, the lovely Louise, who makes a delicious brownie. Just don't let Andy hand it to you. He gets pretty aggressive with the cream. That's all I'm saying. Andy Matheson did a very fast time, 2:12 this morning. 25 seconds on the clock. Right, both riders out of the gate well. They've got really big gears on, so they need time to get on top of those gears. Matheson felt he went a bit too hard in the second lap this morning. He was chasing a 2:09. He got a 2:12. Bernie going out hard in that first lap, and there's 22.7 the first lap for Andy. Two very good riders out on the track at the moment. There's actually only just over half a second between them. I tried riding with Andy at a UQ training session, and he was doing 15.3 laps. It was very, very difficult. I did not get one. 4 laps on the lap board, and the gold medal is in favour of Andy Matheson at the moment, who's up by getting close to a second. Just peeking down at that screen, Louise is showing him as they head around. 3 laps on the lap board. Two laps to go, and Andy really holding a very quick pace. Andy Matheson coming around to get the bell. He's maintaining 16.1 laps. They're now in the same straight. Bernie Swart riding very well. And he stops the clock, 12:14.625. Bernie stops the clock with a very respectable 2:20.292. Andrew Matheson broke a national record this morning, and he's our new state champion for 2026. The silver medal going to Bernie. Queensland Women's Championship, under 19 Women's Championship, is with Milan Bradshaw and April Paddy. April Paddy in the Doval purple, and Milan Bradshaw being handled by her coach, Big Bryson Fletcher from Heed Performance. If you're looking for a sprint coach, give Bryson a call. He's not bad. Great to see Mick Shipley on the front straight. Chicken Legs has taken some snaps, or giving back. So Milan Bradshaw on the front. She's in the white Heed kit, being stalked by April Paddy, who'll be looking to take it to 3. April Paddy moving to sprint from endurance about a year ago. She'll be happy to be in this gold final. She's got herself on the podium. Can she get herself onto the top spot? April Paddy starts the sprint coming into turn 3 with bit over a lap to go. She comes up onto the shoulder, just holding her there till turn 1. Milan Bradshaw, then she heads down the back straight. April Paddy out of the saddle, Milan out of the saddle. She's holding the gap. They come out of turn 4. April's going to try and come up on her hip. Milan Bradshaw, can she take it? A great ride there from April Paddy, but the state championship goes to Milan Bradshaw. So give them a round of applause as they come down the front straight. Milan Bradshaw, new state champion. April Paddy, fantastic ride. She'll take the silver. The bronze being decided in the 3rd heat. Up next, Max Woodruff and Will Emilias. This is the bronze final for the under-19 men. Will Emilias up by 1. Great camaraderie there from April and Milan. This sport is a niche with a niche. We need each other, that's for sure. So Will Emilias is going to lead out. Max Woodruff in the, I was going to say in the blue. They're both in the blue. That he's second wheel. All right, Max trying to excite the race a little from the back, just using a little bit of the track. He comes up on behind of Will Emilias, who at the moment is happy just to keep the pace at the front, not using the track at all. At this stage, back goes up, Max goes up with a lap to go. They're still not into their fully fledged sprint. Now they get down into their work. Max looking good as he comes down the back straight. Can Will Emilias, he looks over his shoulder and slows a bit in doing so. Max Woodruff comes over the shoulder. Can Will Emilias hold on? He can. Will Emilias takes the bronze medal. It's fantastic to have all the riders from TAS up here. Max Woodruff took it to 2 and will go home with a very handy 4th place in the Queensland Sprints Championship. Another day of racing tomorrow. It was a nice surprise to see all the Tasmanians up here at the track. They've got a great indoor track in Launceston. It's a bit hard to get onto it. It's also used for the basketball. And, they put the stands onto the track during the basketball. And there's actually beer stains on the track. We only stain our track with blood. She's looking a bit beat up at the moment in the old track, but it's getting a nice facelift before the World Championships in 20 2030, and then obviously the Olympics in 2032. And I might feature some of these riders here in the these youngsters. Definitely Sebastian Topping and Keita Smalley potential for the 2032 games. So Seb Topping, he's won the first one. Keita Smalley came through the 2032 Talent ID program, and he's been a welcome addition to the track community since joining. Seb himself came across from BMX, which is sick of being beaten up. So Seb using the track. Keita looking over his shoulder and just moving himself up a little bit. Looking over his inside shoulder. There's a fair pace as they duck down now. Keita's got himself a little bit of a lead. Seb Topping full of confidence. Really hero as he comes down the back straight with heaps of pace. Keita's trying to respond. Good racing. Keita has come a long way, but Sebastian Topping takes the gold and a very respectable silver medal for Smalley. So your 2019 state champion, Sebastian Topping. The bronze medal going to Keita Smalley, and the bronze medal going to Will Emilius. A little earlier today we had Miles from Cougars weightlifting in the crowd. Miles recently won the Queensland Weightlifting Coach of the Year. 5 of the riders here in Queensland, just around underneath the old velodrome. All right, Molly McGill and Sophie Watts. Sophie Watts took the first one. This is for the bronze in the elite women. And Sophie Watts in the QAS kit. In the maroon leads out Molly McGill. And that's the blue Australia training kit that Molly's wearing. Sophie keeping a very close eye on Molly McGill. Now the pace really starting to pick up. Molly dives from the back. Sophie hasn't got right into the sprint as yet. There's a lap to go. Molly using the whole track. She wants to dive into turn 1. Sophie now into her work down the back straight. Molly McGill looking to take it to 3. She comes up onto the shoulder. Can Sophie hold her off as they come out of turn 3 and turn 4? Now down the front straight. Can Sophie hold on? Oh, I think Molly McGill might have just got there on the line. It was a great throw. Very, very close. I was waiting for the official result, and it was Molly McGill that took the second heat. So it'll go to 3. Now we move to the gold final in the elite women, and it's Alessia McCaig up against Danica Blinko. Danica Blinko on the up and up, and she's down one to top of the pops at the moment, Alessia McCaig. Alessia in the blue Aussie training kit, and Danica just doing some last minute helmet adjustment. She's in the maroon. The Queensland state teams for juniors and elites and under-19s will be selected tomorrow night by the selectors. Unusual time of year for Queensland, normally a lot earlier, but those announcements will be made very soon, I imagine. Alessia McCaig on the front, keeping a close eye of the Queenslander. Now the pace starting to pick up both riders out of the saddle as they head into turn 3. Alessia keeping a very close eye. Danica looking to get some height. Alessia gets some height as well. She's still not into the sprint yet. Now they head down the back straight. Danica Blinko's got a good run on Alessia McCaig. Alessia's out of the saddle. Danica, can she come over the top? She's coming around the hard way. Alessia's holding on. Danica Blinko. Oh, I think Danica Blinko got there. Danica Blinko on the up and up. Did she get? She did. Well. That's exciting. That one will go to 3 as well. This had so much pace coming down into the back straight. It's hard to come around. It's almost 44 degrees, that bend. There's about an extra 3 or 4 metres from the black to the red. On the track, there's actually 7 additional metres from blue to the black in the whole track. So it is hard on this track to come over the top. But you've got so much pace coming down the back straight. And that was a great little ride. We'll look forward to seeing both the bronze and gold going to a deciding hit out. Well, on the line at the moment, Ryan Elliott well and truly in the Australian team, one of the fastest riders out of the gate in the world, and up against him is the pride of Victoria, Sam Gallagher. And Sam Gallagher's been in very good form. Riders really not peaking at this time of the year, most with very heavy workloads. They're working towards nationals. They've got Oceanias in a couple of weeks. It's hard to believe that January's already gone. It's absolutely crazy how fast time flies. It seemed like yesterday Ryan Elliott was a skinny little kid coming fourth. Now he's one of the best riders in the world and a unit. Anyway, on the back straight, and Sam Gallagher is an exciting rider, and he is hitting Ryan with plenty of pace. Response from Ryan. Sam Gallagher gets over the top with turn number 1, but too much power, but Gallagher not giving up. He slots back into the slipstream, and he's going to try and slingshot out of turn number 4. Ryan Elliott takes the gold, elite men's bronze. Ryan Elliott takes the elite men's bronze in the 2026 Queensland State Championships, and a very respectable 4th for Mr. Gallagher. And now our big hitters for the gold final come out. Well, we're lucky to see big Byron Davies yesterday. He did a TT and did a 102. He's vying for a position in the as a pilot, and that so the big screen yet to update, but that's Lee Hoffman in the Sassy kit, and he's one up on Daniel Barber, who will lead out. Daniel Barber had a little bit of time in the wilderness. It's understandable, all the issues going on with N-Swiss, but Danny Barber came back with gusto and finds himself right up there in the amongst the best in Australia. Riders vying for positions for the Los Angeles Olympics. Danny Barber, the big man from Dubbo. Lee Hoffman now, massive talent, up on the fence, starting to wind the pace up. They get the bell. Now Lee makes the move, comes up over the shoulder and just makes it look very easy. Danny Barber turns it off. Lee Hoffman, ladies and gentlemen, he'll take the gold medal. Australia's best. Great to have him up here in Queensland. Lee Hoffman wins that one and takes the gold medal, and Danny Barber takes the silver. Ryan Elliott the bronze.
Men's Masters 4 bronze final is scratched, so we'll move on to the Men's Masters 4 gold final.
All right, now we go to the Men's Masters 4 gold final. Cameron Douglas Savage just asked to produce his birth certificate. Men's Masters 4, individual pursuit gold final. Fun fact, Cameron Douglas Savage during the qualifier thought it was 8 laps and was advised it was 12 laps and then did the fastest qualifying time. Peter Noel on the back straight. He's in the uni colours. Cameron Douglas Savage wearing the Bear Cub skin suit. So Zach Douglas Savage and Matty Douglas Savage have both won golds in this championship so far. A lot of pressure on Dad. Peter Noel on the back straight, looking to crush his dreams. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Well, both riders struggling to get out of the gate on their big gears, but that and as a result, Cameron losing some time, but long way to go yet. So Peter Noel, he's up by 1 second 20 after the first lap. Really stalled on the the gate, did Cameron Douglas Savage, and took its toll, the qualifier this morning. But a long, long way to go yet, and Cameron starting to bring that time back. He's now down to 0.3 of a second. Was the fastest qualifier. Peter looking good in the UQ colours of old, the sky blue. Now Cameron climbs back. He's over the top and he's picked up 0.9 of a second. Douglas Savage has got young Matty down there in the centre screaming. The sprint sensation is willing dad on. Peter Noel has some friends in the crowd, a couple of weightlifters in the crowd, former UQ riders. 7 laps on the lap board. Cameron Douglas Savage with the hopes and dreams of Balmoral on his shoulders. Matty's starting to do ballet in the centre to egg him on. Peter Noel, he's brought it back a little bit. It's down to a second. Who can hold on here? Douglas Savage. Peter now down to 0.82. He's clawing it back. 0.42. Noel now on the rise, 5 laps to go. Cameron, what can he do? Now Peter goes to the front by 0.1 of a second. 4 laps on the lap board. Peter's found some energy for the latter part of this race. He's really picked it up. All right, Peter, he's in the gold medal position at the moment, and there's about 3 laps to go. He's really found some energy. Douglas Savage needs to dig deep. He's down 2 seconds now. 2 laps on the lap board. Peter looking strong. Douglas Savage on the front straight. They're in the front straight now. Peter gets the bell. He really found some energy in this second half of this race. Really picked it up. Douglas Savage now gets the bell. The gold final, Peter Noel from the University of Queensland takes the win with 3:49.7. Cameron Douglas Savage finishes with a 3:57 and he'll take the silver medal. So Kyle Marwood from Mackay in the front straight, and Lockie Cameron in the orange on the back straight. The two big men fighting it out for a gold medal. So Kyle Marwood out of the blocks. Big Lockie Cameron winding up the bike and now settling down and into the drops. Ten laps on the lap board. So Lockie Cameron out to an early lead, almost 2 seconds, but it's early days as we've seen. He's having a good look as he comes down the front straight is Lockie. A big man, couple of big units out there. Kyle Marwood, he's got a nice position, he's riding consistently. It'll be who can hold the pace in the latter stages of this individual pursuit gold final. So Lockie holding on to a lead. He's having a good look as he comes down that front straight. Five laps on the lap board, not quite in the same straight. Can Lockie Cameron hold on to this pace? Kyle Marwood in the Mackay kit. The black has looked consistent. Will he start to wind this lead back in the latter stages? He actually looks like, Kyle Marwood actually looks like he's lifting. And we see Lockie Cameron just adjusting on the bike, and normally the riders adjusting when they start to feel a bit uncomfortable, but the lead is still 2.5 seconds, so it's a strong lead with 3 laps to go. So Cameron crosses the line and the lead comes down to 1.7 seconds. It might be a bridge too far with only 2 laps to go, but it is coming down, and Kyle Harwood is looking good. Now the lead down to 0.74 of a second, and that effort taking its toll on Kyle Marwood as well. It's getting closer. 36.36 is the lead. They're going to come down and get the bell lap. It's all going to come down to the last lap. Who's got it left in the tank? Lockie Cameron trying to lift. Kyle Harwood pedaling as hard as he can. Can he get over the top? I think he can. There's still half a lap to go. Lockie responds. He's gone up a bit high in the track, but Kyle Marwood takes the win. Lockie Cameron went out very quick and held on to a great pace, but Kyle Marwood, he timed it to perfection and he took it in the last lap. Ladies and gentlemen, your gold medal winner, Kyle Marwood from Mackay. Fantastic ride. The big man, Lockie Cameron, will take the silver. Also a very good ride.
Make sure all of it knows that he's got to keep riding.
Keely Kitkovics in the front straight. He's in the black kit, and on the back straight is Ollie Hutchinson. This is a gold final. A great start from Keely Kitkovics. Ollie, he's down on the blue. That's the quickest route in the first half lap. 15 laps on the lap board. The full 4K for Keely Kitkovics and Ollie Hutchinson. Keely Kitkovics lying down on that bike. His back is perfectly straight. The helmet sitting exactly where it should. He looks $1 million. Ollie Hutchinson, he loves the orange. Looking like Harry Lervason as he comes down the front straight. Both riders riding for a time. Keely being handled by Betsy, and Ollie by his favourite coach, Michael Jordan, on the back straight. Both riders will ride for a time. And Ollie has got someone to chase now and probably lift a little bit. And he has. Keely Kitkovics riding well. They have 12 laps on the lap board. Heading down the back straight, Keely Kitkovics, and not too far behind, Ollie Hutchinson in the orange. .76 lap for Keely. .4 kilometres. It's a long way. It's a tough old race. By the last few laps, the legs are absolutely screaming. Quite often see the riders struggling just to get down the ramp. They don't carry on like the sprinters, mind you, but it's very, very taxing. Kitkovics maintaining a great pace and looking really good on the bike. He's a great bike rider, young Keely Kitkovics. Ollie Hutchinson now coming down the front straight. He's got achievements all over the world, this young Ollie Hutchinson. He enjoyed watching all of the footage from France last year. Eight laps on the lap board, 2:44 split for Keely Kitkovics. Ollie's maintaining very consistent pace. Really riding this one well. Keely Kitkovics, he's coming on the front straight now. He looks $1 million. He gets this particular look on his face when he's really hurting, and it's plastered on him right now. In comparison, Hutchinson looks cool as a cucumber as he heads down the back straight. And there's 3 laps on the lap board now. They're getting close to the end of this grueling race. Kitkovics has he's hardly dropped a note. He looks really good. Both riders consistent. Now just dropping into the 18s for Keely. So next lap will be the last lap for Keely. Hutchie's got 4 laps to go. Keely gets the bell. A 4:33 split with a lap to go. Betsy encouraging him down the front straight for the last time. A big push from Keeley, and he stops the clock at 4:51.577. Give him some encouragement as he heads down the front straight, ladies and gentlemen. He's doing a great job, young Ollie Hutchinson. Keeley looking absolutely knackered. He takes the gold. Ollie doing a great job. He's got, he'll get the bell this time. One more big push from Ollie Hutchinson. Ollie Hutchinson, 5:57. Absolutely grueling, this event. So congratulations, Ollie Hutchinson on the silver. That was something we used to do at school. Yeah, it's still.
Michael, it's Nanette. I'm just going to the bathroom. Everybody on the back seat.
All right, well, just the one rider out on the track, and what a talent he is. He's very well out of the gate into his work. Name will come up on the big screen shortly. Kyle Willis, he looks amazing on the bike. He's so quick. Unfortunately, he's got to do this one by himself. Just a little adjustment. You see that they're trying to reduce that frontal area as much as possible for aerodynamics. Betsy, his handler, no timer on the big screen, but there will be a time. So Willis, 8 laps to go. He's flown through the first 4. Not much to him, but the power to weight is amazing. Really talented rider. And a perennially nice guy. Always happy. I don't think I've ever seen Kyle Willis unhappy. So Betsy pointing to the line, indicating that he's on target. 6 laps to go. Now it's starting to hurt. The coach asking for a little bit more from Kyle. 5 laps to go. Now it's really starting to hurt. It was a fast start for Kyle Willis. 3 laps on the lap board. Betsy asking for more. Give me more. Laurelie Moss on the front straight. That is Kelly Taylor over on the back straight. This is a gold final, 10 seconds. Laurelie Moss and Kelly Taylor into their work. Laurelie Moss up by 2.27 seconds on Kelly Taylor. Kelly Taylor looking good as she heads down the front straight. There is 5 laps on the lap board next time they come around. The lead is out to 3.82 seconds, but there's still a long way to go. Kelly riding with the drop bars, and Laurelie has the TT bars on. She's into her position and riding well. Kelly looking good. Actually, she heads down the front straight. She's going to get herself on the podium here. 3 laps on the lap board. Kelly Taylor, she's heading around turn 2, and Laurelie Moss is hot in pursuit, and they're in the same straight now on the back straight. Only a couple of laps left to go. So Laurelie will have one more lap. She's looking like she'll make the catch coming into the front straight.
Just confirming she has to finish the race.
Both riders need to continue and finish. Laurelie now making the catch as she heads down the back straight. She's going to take the gold medal here in this event number 85. So Laurelie Moss stops the clock at 2:38.131. And then too tired to go up to the track. Kelly Taylor, 2:49.941, and she will take the silver.
Can you define what you mean by live results is down?
All right, this is for the under-19 women's bronze medal in the Queensland State Championships for 2026. Lucy Johnston from the Tasmanian Academy of Sport, and she's up against Madison Smith. Madison had a bit of a slow start there, and she's come up and snuck to the front. The riders are one apiece, and this one is the decider. Maddie getting a few lengths on Lucy. Lucy has a little bit of height advantage. Now Lucy comes down. Lucy dives down with a lap and a half to go. Madison responds. Madison's out of the saddle, really pushing hard on the pedals. Lucy Johnson as she comes down the back straight. Madison has found something. Madison Smith has found something. Lucy Johnson comes up onto her shoulder. Can Madison Smith hold on? Maddie comes down and she takes the bronze. Great riding there from Lucy Johnson. Put heaps of pressure on the Queenslander, but Maddie Smith gets herself on the podium for a bronze medal. Good racing from the under-19 women. And give them a round of applause as they come down the front straight. Madison Smith and Lucy Johnston. Now we're going to the bronze final for our elite women, and Molly McGill and Sophie Watts, both one apiece. So Sophie Watts in the maroon, she will lead out. And Molly McGill obviously in the blue Aussie training kit, she will follow in second wheel. Had some great racing here this afternoon with quite a few of our events, sprint events going to 3. So as probably everybody already knows, you have to ride at least walking pace for the first half lap. We haven't seen any truck stands yet today. Two laps on the lap board, and the girls up at the fence on the home straight, but back down now to the black line. Molly McGill now gets some height as they head down the back straight. Sophie Watts just maintaining a bit of an advantage. She's looking that Molly is starting to pick up the pace, but not reacting too quickly. Now Sophie Watts is looking for a drag race down the back straight. Molly McGill has the ascendancy and goes over the top. Probably just a bit of reluctance there in turn number 4 to go. And Molly McGill takes it and will take the bronze medal. Great riding from Sophie Watts, who finishes the elite women's competition in 4th position. So up next, the elite women gold medal decider. This has gone to 3 as well. And it's Alessia McCaig who is sitting at number 1 in the of the Australian women elite sprinters at the moment. And Danica Blinko, who is on the way up. So Alessia McCaig in the blue, in the Aussie kit. She leads out. Danica Blinko, the new QAS kit. Pretty cool kit, that new QAS kit. Nice and simple and elegant. Whoever looked after that one, they did a great job. But all eyes now on turn number 4. Los Angeles coming up, Brisbane coming up. And lots of Aussie women sprinters vying for those positions. Being in a gold final with Alessia McCaig doesn't do you any harm. Danica Blinko, what can she do here against Australia's number 1, Alessia McCaig? Heading into the front straight now. Danica Blinko, it's almost the same as the previous heat, but this time Alessia McCaig puts a bit more into it and takes the win. Alessia McCaig takes the win, and a very respectable silver for Danica Blinko. The riders in big training blocks at the moment. They prepare for nationals. A lot of fatigue in the legs, but still some fantastic racing. And Alessia McCaig takes that one out, and young Danica Blinko will be very proud to be up there in second position. That's it for the racing. Thank you to everyone who participated today, our lovely commissaires, our first aider. They're a pretty quiet day for a timed event. If you need first day on a timed event, it's probably heat exhaustion. Thank you to Matt Gilfetter taking photos, as well as Michael Shipley, and also Jellybean, who left a little earlier. All our wonderful volunteers. A busy day for the volunteers on the gates. Thank you everyone who contributed there, and anyone at home on the live stream. Thanks for watching. We'll stay tuned for the presentations, and then we'll see you all again tomorrow. But that's not the event that they're talking about. Okay, we're starting. Okay, we're starting with the presentations for men's Masters 10. Thank you to all of our live streamers that have been helping. Okay, we're ready for the presentations for men's Masters 10. Men's Masters 10. There we go. The silver medal from Balmoral, James Meredith. And the gold medal from Kangaroo Point, Keith Ham.
You have to.
Just press next.
Okay, press next then.
Next up, men's Masters 9. The silver medal from the Sunshine Coast, Richard Watson. And the gold medal and state champion for men's Masters 9 from the Gold Coast, Steve Mayman.
Oh, this is weird. This is a bronze medal. They're separating the photos. Now we don't know who got the gold.
What's Shane Hendren?
Yeah, that one. So you have to.
Which one?
This one, Men Masters 7. You have to do that, and then you
No,
have to.
that's Shane Hendren.
What?
Which one's Shane Hendren?
Shane Hendren's in this. There, Shane Hendren's is.
Men's Masters 7 IP state champion, Shane Hendren. Okay, now find
Who?
Darren Boone.
And Shane Edwards.
Up next, men's Masters 6. Would have sworn Shane Hendren was younger than Jade Darrenboom. Men's Masters 6 IP final. The silver medal goes to Shane Edwards. And the gold medal and state champion with a sensational ride goes to Jade Darrenboom from Life Cycle.
This one's here, you're going to have to go back to 2 because that's first and second. You have to go backwards. The third, because they're not the same thing. See?
Men's Masters 5, we saw a new national record. The bronze goes to the other guy, not that guy. Chris Weir gets the bronze. This person must be from New South Wales. Chris Weir gets the bronze. Bernie Swart, the silver, and Andy Matheson, the gold.
You have to do, this is the bronze.
Up next, men's Masters 4. The bronze medal, Matthew Wynne from UQ. The silver, Cameron Douglas Savage from Balmoral. And the winner, Peter Noel from UQ. Up next, men's Masters 3 IP. The silver medal going to St George Cycling Club's Lockie Cameron. And the gold medal from Mackay, Kyle Marwood. Which one's Kyle?
Cole, yeah, that's Cole. Cole.
Yes, no, that's not.
It doesn't tell us. It doesn't tell
It's
anything.
not this event.
What is it?
I don't know.
Para? Oh,
No.
Cole Wills. That's Cole Willis. That's Cole Willis. Para MC.
Para MC3 IP gold. Kyle Willis.
She's pulled them off in the wrong order.
Okay.
So, we don't even know it's Cole then.
AW2. The silver medal goes to Oliver Hutchinson from Balmoral. And a sensational ride for the gold medal goes to Gold Coast, Keely Kitkovics.
This could be the dumbest way of doing it.
Women's Masters 5 IP gold medal goes to Melinda Simon from UQ. Up next, Women's Masters 4 IP. The silver medal goes to Kangaroo Points, Kelly Taylor. And the winner from Coffs Harbour, Laurelie Moss.
That's it. I don't have any other results now. Go back. Are we doing under 19 sprints?
Yep.
Oh. No, but that's not the order they need to be in.
So the under 19 men's sprint final, and the bronze medal goes to Will Emilius. And the silver medal to Kata Smalley from Balmoral. And the state championship goes to Seb Topping from Balmoral. It's a clean sweep in the under 19 men's for Balmoral Cycling Club. Up next, our under 19 sprint women. And the bronze medal from the Gold Coast, Maddie Smith. The silver medal from Hobart, Lucy Johnston.
Silver medal to April Paddy.
April Paddy from Balmoral. I hate this new results page. And the winner and the state champion, Milan Bradshaw from UQ. Congratulations, Maddie, April and Milan. Men, it's pretty obvious, they're in a row.
Why? Hurry up, water.
So now our elite men, never been on a podium before. The silver medal goes to Ryan Elliott from Balmoral Cycling Club. Danny Barber, the silver, will go down in history as the gold. And the winner and the state champion, Lee Hoffman from Whyalla Cycling Club. What a podium. Ryan Elliott, Danny Barber and Lee Hoffman. Now to our elite women. The bronze medal going to Balmoral's Molly McGill. The silver to Balmoral's Danica Blinko, riding for QAS. And the gold medal, Alessia McCaig from Bendigo. Go and get some sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow.